Thank you, Chair. Members, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee held on Wednesday, the 6th of January 2021. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Thank you. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Here.
Thank you, Alan. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Here.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Here.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Here.
Thank you, Sean. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Here.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
And Shamara.
Thank you, Dan. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
He's just trying to get in, Maura.
Okay, I'll come back. Alderman Hilary McClintock. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
Shamara.
Thank you, Kieran. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Maura.
I can see Philip. Thanks, Philip. Councillor Aileen Mellon. See you, Aileen.
Yeah, and Maura.
Councillor Sean Mooney.
Maura.
Thank you, Sean. And just back again, Chair, for call out for Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Hopefully he'll join us in the next few minutes.
No, well, I know if as he joins, we'll notice attendance.
Okay, we'll note it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Maura. Members, item 3 is the statement of remote meetings, where I would like to remind everyone who is in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and for the media. The broadcast will be available for repeated viewing at a later date. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. By participating in the meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making these records available to the public. A copy of Council's privacy notice may be found at the Council website. Thank you, members. The next item on the agenda is declarations of members' interests. Is there any declarations of interest at this stage? No. If not, members if there's an item of a declaration of interest to be made if it arises during the meeting, can you indicate? Thank you. Members, I'm going to move on now to chairperson's business. And there's quite a bit here in chairperson's business, but the first item that I wish to raise is the late items. Members, I know you will have had noted the considerable number of late items that has been emailed out in the last 24 hours in respect to some of the applications. So I'm going to pass over to Maura to give a brief overview of the late items.
Thank you, Chair. Members, there's 2 particular applications that the late items relate to. Firstly, item 6, which is the pig shed in Barn Road, Dunnamana. We've had several very late emails in from 3 separate objectors from Olga Harper, Kieran McLean and Vincent Lusby. Officers have been looking at those as best as possible at this late notice, and unfortunately as a result of some of the information and content within that and these we feel it's important that we do due diligence with SES in regard to some of the comments that are made. So in this instance, unfortunately we'll have to withdraw the application from the schedule to ensure for completeness and validity. I would much prefer that we would represent this after some clarification, and apologies for that, but given the late notice of the information, I think that's best in this instance. Moving on to item 9, we've had a considerable amount of information submitted in regard to this particular application. This is application for supermarket on the Crescent Link, and we've received 23 emails from objectors. We have received email from an agent. We've received a further email from the agent and a text letter. We've also had an updated DFI roads consultation response, and we've also got a plan and application consultation checklist. All of the above information has been sent to yourselves, and in this instance we feel we can proceed with considering this application today. Given the extent of that information, members, we have obviously filtered that information through in the last few days as soon as we've received it. But given the content and the extent of it, we do think it's important, as per normal, to take a reasonable time for members to consider that before making any decision. So that's really all from me in terms of late items. And Chair, I just thought it might be appropriate to continue on with the other application, which is relating to item 3. On your schedule, members, we have an application for housing in Ballagudden Road, Eglinton. Unfortunately, it's come to our attention that there was administrative error just before Christmas in terms of the information that was sent in your pack. And given the importance of members' ability to obviously digest the report and consider it, there wasn't sufficient time to give the right report. It was just an administrative error. The wrong report was sent. So again, I'm going to have to withdraw that application, but that will return directly next month with the right report on it, as we need to ensure, members, as you can imagine, also that the public have an opportunity to engage with this in a timely manner. So apologies about that. But I think it's better that we take this decision next month. So that's really all I have on that, Chair. Oh, sorry, on item 1 as well, but I know members will have picked this up. Just members, just so you know, there were some further objections received on the file in regard to that particular item. It's dealt with in the report, but I just wanted to highlight that has been returned on that basis. So that's why we have item 1 at the top of the agenda. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Maura. Members, so just for clarity, I'm going to run through the running order, which has been agreed in light of what Maura has just brought you up to speed on. So the first application is item number 1, which has been returned from last month's committee. The second item that we'll be dealing with is item number 2. Then, members, given the number of the amount of correspondence in relation to this item, I'm going to hear item number 9 next, and I'm going to. That's going to be there's going to be a 15-minute break before that item for members to fully consider the amount of late information that's been submitted over the last day. After item 9, it'll be item 7, 4, 5, and 8. And as Maura has outlined, item number 6 and item number 3 have both been withdrawn. So that's the running order, members. And if there's no questions, I'm going to move on. I'm going to bring Maura in again. I know there's been correspondence in the lead up to Christmas in relation to an Agenda NI conference. So just want to bring Maura in and give a bit of an update on that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, we just circulated. It's an online conference for Agenda NI, and we just wanted to let members know and be aware of it. It takes place on the 11th of February. It's quite extensive, and it's really could be quite interesting. So it's a matter for yourselves if you want to let us know in regard to your interest in regard to that, and we'll take that on board. Just wanted to highlight again because it was just before Christmas it was sent out. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Maura. Members, that's open to absolutely everyone. So if there's anybody wishes to attend, can you please let one of the officer team know? And on the topic of training, I'm going to bring Maura in again and ask for a bit of an update, because since our last meeting there was a training session put together for non-members of the planning committee, which was which was available to members of the committee if they needed to do so. So I just want to give Maura an opportunity to give a bit of an update on the training that took place on the 8th of December.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We basically had a session on the 8th of December as a result of a large number of non-members of the planning committee who took an interest in planning and wanted basically to be informed about the wider aspects of planning and planning policy and the LDP. So myself and the lead principals ran a session really taking members through the legislative process, the different functions of planning, enforcement, development management and LDP. And we also ran a bit of a session too in regard to the committee process, which we thought was useful for members so that they knew the protocols in and around attendance at committee and opportunities that exist there. And we had quite a good session, and we had in total, I think there were 6 members that attended that, and we had various follow-up information that happened after it. But that's really all I can say. And if there are other non-members as well that would come to us, we would have that information then compiled as well for them. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Maura. Maura, just on that, I just want to remind members that if there's any members with any training needs at all, they let the officer team know, and I'm sure it will be accommodated. Maura, I know, because I just see Councillor Gallagher there, and I know there was a request, and it was some time ago now, for documents to be made available, policy documents, the hard copies of the policy documents to be made available to members, and I know we did hope they have those documents available at the next physical meeting, but that seemed some time ago now, and I'm just wondering if is there any opportunity for those policy documents to be sent out to members who wish to have them. So again, if there's anybody wishes to have the policy documents sent to them, can they get in contact with Maura?
Yeah, that's no problem, Chair. We do that on an ongoing basis because different members contact me and the principals for various topics that they're interested in and various issues. So we would do that on an ongoing basis. That's no problem. We can send out hard copies. They contact me and I'll get admin to sort that out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hargan?
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in, and Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for that report, Maura. Yeah, I think it was in confidential, but I had mentioned that a particular kind of discussion would be helpful. I would certainly be interested in it, and I think others that I've talked to would be. And this has to do with some of the issues that have come up recently about zoning. And I know we have urban zoning and rural zoning. But I think that there's a lot of questions in between. I have no understanding. I don't have a lot of understanding about who owns land that is zoned in urban areas for house building, when that land can be utilised, what the processes are there. So it's less to do with policy and legislation. It's got to do with how decisions are made about urban and rural zoning areas. What the process is in order to build houses there. So if this is something that officers feel they could turn into some sort of training for us, I would be happy to try and be more specific in a follow-up discussion with some council officers if I'm not being specific enough now. But I think that something like this would be helpful.
So Hargan, Maura, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, no problem. I think what the process you're referring to is the LDP zoning process, which is phase 2 of the next stage of the plan process. We haven't got to that stage in terms of our new emerging plan, but we did cover that, the aspects of LDP and how land is zoned and for various uses and the purposes of that. So that's through the LDP process that occurs. So we've no problem giving further training in LDP to planning committee members if that's sufficient, or indeed we can discuss that on your own, Sean. We've done that with various councillors, various topics that they're particularly interested in, or they feel that they want further detailed information on. So that's no problem.
Thanks.
Maura, Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Chair, it's slightly different, but it's in the same theme. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Darren, I can hear you.
It's just in the portal, Chair, the new planning portal, and the issue, the ongoing issue, and planners will be aware of it because I'm emailing them all the time for DFI roads assessments that are in the case files because you can't access them online. It's the only statutory consultee that I have trouble accessing. There's no issue around environmental health or shared environmental services or all the others. And I know they had done a little bit of investigative work around this, and I think it was because of the Apple devices that members have and the Microsoft processing that the DFI roads maybe are using, and there was a technique suggested, but it doesn't work. So it would be helpful if DFI could be approached something around this, because I feel it's I'm intruding too much in officers' time, asking for them to forward on to me papers from a case file that I just can't open online. No, there's never been any bother, and they've never not forwarded anything I've asked for, and it's not an issue around our planning department. The issue is the planning portal itself, and perhaps making an approach to DFI to see if they can rectify the situation at their end.
We take that on that we will.
Yeah, we'll raise that again, Chair. I know that there was attempts made to fix that, but I understand that it hasn't been completely fixed. So we will raise it again with DFI, and we'll do it through the SAO meetings as well in terms of our admin heads as well. No problem. We'll do our best. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Maura. Thanks, Dan, for that. I'm going to move on now. I'm going to invite Eamon to give us a bit of a brief update on an application or some. There was some information that had been shared on social media prior to Christmas, and I just want Eamon in relation to a key site in the gateway to the city of Derry, and I just thought I'll bring him in and they give a bit of an update on it.
Thank you, Chair. Members, good afternoon. Members, you will probably have picked up on the media just prior to Christmas that the Tilly and Henderson site is now being looked at by another different developer who obviously has some plans that they want to bring forward for the site. Members will be aware that as part of the planning service review, there was a recommendation that key sites, important gateway sites, should have treatment in terms of placemaking and in terms of the design element of any gateway or key sites to and within the city and district. And as part of that recommendation was that an independent panel perhaps could be put together to advise council on the design aspect for any key important sites within the city and district. So as part of that, and in order that we are in a state of readiness, and also looking forward to the post-COVID recovery period, where we certainly hope that there will be many opportunities in terms of development in the city and district, it seems an opportune time to actually put that implementation recommendation now in place. And so we're proposing to engage with MAG, which is the Ministerial Advisory Group on Architecture and the Built Environment, to agree with them how this panel could operate in terms of its input, its timings, etc., so that we can have more information to provide to you as members with planning applications for important sites that will be coming forward. And it's really just to inform members of that and to get your endorsement for the engagement process. And I will bring a detailed paper back to hopefully the February meeting with the detail around that. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, and if there's no objections to that, I'll take that as read. Finally, members, I'm going to bring Maura in to give a bit of an update. There has been some progress in outstanding site visits, so I'm going to give Maura an opportunity to come in and give us a bit of an update on that.
Yes, members, we've obviously reviewed last month that there were 4 outstanding site visits in terms of, because of the circumstances in terms of COVID. We obviously made an attempt to start these again in December. We've concluded 2 particular sites already. You will be aware we've been out and completed the Limavady Road application site, and we've also dealt with the Ardmore site before Christmas. There's 2 outstanding site visits for members, and one is the housing development to Castlederg. Second is an infill dwelling in Eglinton. And both of these will be carried out in the next week or 2, and you will get notification in regards to those. And we will obviously carry out the normal risk assessments and that we had used before. And clearly the numbers of those attending will have an impact on how we do the dynamic risk assessment. So it's just so you know that that's ongoing. And those applications that have been site visited will return as soon as possible into the committee now to be processed and for decisions to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura. I'm going to move on now to matters arising from the open minutes of the virtual planning committee held on Wednesday, the 2nd of December. Any matters arising? I know Maura had indicated to me prior to the meeting around an issue that she wishes to raise as matters arising. Maura?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, it's in regard to the section open for information, and in relation to the papers from last month, those have been indicated in the minutes as being presented and taken. They weren't. Members will recall we rolled these over and they're on the agenda for this month. However, the Chair did offer those present an opportunity to engage with ourselves in the interim, but that's just a correction for the minutes. Thank you.
Maura, is there any other matters arising, members? No. I'm going to move straight on to the planning list, the planning application list in item number 7. So, members, the first application that's coming before us today is LA11 2020 0277/0. It's an outline application for a dwelling in a garage immediately northeast of 81 Strabane Road. It's the application that came before us at last month's or December's committee meeting. So it'll be familiar to members, and Malachy's going to briefly take us through it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is LA11 2020 0277. It's a site for proposed dwelling lands in the northeast of 81 Strabane Road, and the recommendation is to refuse. The first slide here shows the site location, and the site is outlined in red from an overhead view. It's located at the edge of Castlederry on Strabane Road. The following image shows the context of the site in relation to the Strabane area plan. The black dot lines are the settlement development limits of Castlederry, and the site is outlined in red, just sits outside. Here's some photographs of the site from Strabane Road, shown in the red arrows. The policy context is set out in the case of report, mainly concerning PPS 21 and the Strabane area plan. In terms of consultee responses, we have no objections from any of our main consultees. Again, these are set out in the case officer report. In relation to the Strabane area plan, as per the Planning Act, Section 6, council is required to make decisions in accordance with the current LDP. The Strabane area plan is the current relevant LDP. Within the Strabane area plan, there's a number of policy areas. One of these is a roads-based policy area, and it relates to roads outside development limits, particularly those outside Castle Derry, as shown in the image below, and those outside a number of other settlements, as again shown in the above image. The purpose of this policy is to constrain urban development emanating from settlements, basically along roadside areas directly outside settlement development limits. All our policy variations within PPS 21 included policy C2A2A. We do not believe that C2A2A applies because any of the adjacent dwellings are within the settlement limits. This policy relates to rural development. Again, we've also considered C2I8 urban development. This is not an infill opportunity. There's no buildings beyond the site outside Castle Derry, so we feel that this would create urban development alongside this the Strabane Road. Again, urban development is considered in rural character under C2I 14. So we believe there's a creation of urban development. We've also considered a policy, the setting of settlements, C2I 15. Believe that this would be more of a distinction between the development of the countryside and the settlement of Castle Derry. And I suppose it would, the purpose of the development is to resist further development in Castle Derry. We believe this would be urban development in this locality. And there's a number of planning histories raised in relation to the application as precedents. The application there on the northern side of Strabane Road, J2010-0359, was approved outside of development limits. However, we believe we can differentiate this from our site because of the setback from the road and does not create the same build-up or urban sprawl or urban development. LE11-2019 is a recent approval. This was approved on the basis it was opportunity with the development to the east and west of the site. The main difference from our previous presentation in December is the matter of 2 objection letters received in relation to the application, which were not included in the case officer's report. 2 objections come from 2 properties to the north of the site, to the east and to the northwest of the site on the other side of Strabane Road. 86 Strabane Road issued great issues relating to road safety and privacy. It is our view in considering objection that DFA roads have been consulted with regard to access and egress from the site and are content that there's no road safety issues. And we're also considered the issue of privacy, but believe given the location of the site in relation to 86 Strabane Road and the separation distance of some 50 plus metres, that there would be no issue with regards to privacy or impact on privacy on number 86 Strabane Road. We've also considered 1 Springwell Manor, again is across the road. The issue raised with regards to loss of view. Loss of view is not a planning consideration. It should not been deemed material consideration within our plan assessment, and we haven't given it any determinant weight. So the summary of the issues there is that we believe that the proposals contrary to the plan in terms of the particular policy set out in relation to roads-based development, and we all contrary to a number of elements within PPS 21, and the refusal reasons are set out in the above image. Thank you, members.
Thanks, Maggie. Members, I'm going to there's two requested speaking rights. The first one is Alderman Derry Hussey. Alderman Hussey, you there?
Yes, Chair.
Going ahead, Derek. You give.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, members and officials, and the best of the new year that's coming our way. Let's hope that there's improvement. Can I say at the outset, I'm disappointed that this matter has come back. These two objections, the first objection referenced road safety and privacy with planning on the 15th of June last year. The objection with regard to loss of view was lodged with planning on the 12th of August last year. So it seems strange that these two objections have suddenly appeared on the scene. However, they are there. Remiss that planners have rehearsed the arguments that they used before, and I don't intend to rehearse the arguments that we previously at last month's meeting, other than to remind members that members did consider this in detail at the last meeting. It was 10-4, 2 abstentions. A clear majority of the planning committee were in favour of this. The objections, as Malachi has outlined himself, have been considered, but not considered of material consideration within the actual application. DFI roads have no issues with road safety, and indeed the RS1 form will be dealing with sight lines and splays, etc. On privacy, the officers are content themselves that there has been no change in circumstances. And with regard to loss of view, again, planners themselves say it is not a material consideration. So what I think we're looking at here, members, is a procedural issue which has been dealt with and does not have a material consideration on the actual application, which the planning committee have already dealt with and passed or agreed that the application should be accepted. Thank you, Chair and members.
Alderman Hussey. The next requested speaker was Joe McCormick. You're very welcome, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to present my comments in relation to the objections. The only difference in the planning report that has been stated previously presented to the council is that there are two letters of objections which had been forgotten about. I am aware of the two letters of objection, but did not mention these in my presentation to the Planning Committee on the 2nd of December because none of the points raised in the letters of objection were relevant. The letter of objection by Mr. and Mrs. Trevor Leckie referred to impact on their daily view. Whilst there is no right to a view under planning terms, there could be an effect on residential amenities such as daylight, noise, air quality, etc., but only if they are a severe effect. It is fact that the objector's property is on the other side of the Strabane Road and looks towards number 81 Strabane Road rather than the site in question. Therefore, I was of the opinion the objection would not be given any detrimental weight and would not be deemed a material consideration. The occupant of number 86 Strabane Road objected on grounds of road safety. Access from the proposed site onto the Strabane Road had already been assessed by officials of road service, and they therefore said the sight lines can be achieved directly leading into this section of road, which has a 40-mile speed restriction. Therefore, I asked the approval as determined by the Strabane District Council Committee should be assessed and issued as agreed at the meeting on the 2nd of December. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
McCormick. Malik, are you there? Yep. No,
Yes.
I wasn't sure. I've seen the wee spinning circle. I wasn't sure if you were If we had lost you. Oh, thank you,
I'm
Mr.
here,
McCormick.
thanks, Chair.
Members, is there any questions for Mr. McCormick? No. I know what Councillor Maguire had indicated during your presentation, Malachy. So, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I would like to wish everyone a happy new year. Chair, to me, the issues have been dealt with, and it's unfortunate that there was a administrative error that it had to come back and hold the permission up for another month. But to me, we have dealt with this, and I would propose under the same. I'd propose that we approve the application for the reasons we discussed last month, because to me nothing has changed. Thank you.
I just see in the chat box that Councillor Boyd has seconded that. Councillor Maguire, just for clarity, you've proposed using with the same planning reasons as last month, but I'm assuming it's the same conditions as well.
Chair,
Yep.
just the same, yeah.
Members, is there any further comments or questions?
Chair, could I just come in? Just to concur completely with Councillor Maguire. There's nothing demonstrably different. Obviously, that there was an administrative issue in relation to this, but we debated it at length. Month doesn't mean we shouldn't do so again this month, but I don't see any change here. That's what the
Okay, thank you. There's whoever that is in the call-in user. Is there any chance we can mute the mic?
Apologies, Chair. I was going to second that to Alderman Kerrigan, but I think Councillor Boyle got in front. I just lost reception a wee bit.
On the bar, thanks, Keith. Members, I'm going to go to a vote. Members, is there anybody that doesn't support the proposal that's been put in front of us today? A proposal by Councillor Maguire. Well, there's Councillor Gallagher has indicated that he's going to abstain. So, Mara, I'm going to ask you to take us through a vote, a roll call. So there's a proposal from Councillor Maguire, seconded by Councillor Boyle, that we approve the application, subject to the conditions that was discussed last month.
Okay, no problem, Chair. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Alderman Alan Breslin.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
For Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Abstain. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Kelly.
For Maura.
Thank you. Got that. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For Maura.
Thanks. Got that. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
Maura.
Got that. Councillor Keane Maguire.
For as well, Maura. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Philip McKinney.
For Maura.
Sorry, just missed that. Councillor McKinney.
For Maura.
Yeah, got that. Councillor Aileen Mellon.
For Maura.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Sean Mooney.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So that's 2 abstentions and the rest are for. Chair.
Thanks, Maura. Thanks, members. And I know some members have expressed frustrations in relation to this application being held up a month or being heard again, but I know there was the objections weren't fully disclosed or discussed at the last meeting, and I suppose rather than have the decision called on the question, it's best that we keep ourselves right and we fully disclose all the information that's put in front of us. So that application has been approved. Going to move on now to item number 2. It's LA11 2019 0866F. It's a proposed mixed use development at the Shandolin site, and it's Sarah that's going to take us through that.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Item 2 is LA11 2019 0866F, and this proposal is a proposed mixed use development to include 119 social housing units comprising of 15 one-bed apartments, 9 number 2-bed apartments, 50 number 2-bed dwellings, 37 number 3-bed dwellings, and 8 number 4-bed dwellings. The proposal also includes the extension and refurbishment of the existing clubhouse to provide a new multi-use community building, new access to Blease Lane and alteration to the existing access, improvement works to the existing car park and associated communal landscape areas, and off-site works to include improved traffic calming measures at the Fannet Drive Central Junction and speed control measures along Fannet Drive. And this site is located on lands at and to the west of Sean Dolan's GAC grounds, Blease Lane, and the recommendation is to approve. So this is the site location plan. The site is located southeast of the junction of Blease Lane and Glasser Road. The site comprises of both the existing Sean Dolan's GAC grounds, clubhouse, pavilion and pitch, and also the adjoining lands which are currently undeveloped. The site is zoned as existing recreation and open space in the Derry area plan. So this is the aerial photograph of the site, and to the east of the site there are existing dwellings of Craigan, and south is an urban parkland, pathways and community allotments associated and approved as part of a wider master plan to develop housing at Ballinmagowan. This just shows you the approved outline master plan for that development at Ballinmagowan and the urban parkland, which has now actually been developed, which you will see from the aerial photograph. So in terms of this proposal, this proposal comprises of 2 elements. The first element is the extension of the existing clubhouse to include new changing facilities, a fitness suite gym and multi-purpose community room, and the development of a new arena covered complex with aesthetic play zone. And the second element is the redevelopment of the existing grass area to the west of the existing Sean Dolan's GAC playing field and clubhouse for a social housing development of 119 units and associated amenity space. This is the photograph of the existing Sean Dolan's building, which will be extended. This is a photograph showing the existing lands within the Sean Dolan site, which will accommodate the new proposed car park. And this is the land at a higher level above Sean Dolan's, which will accommodate the residential development. This is a photograph taken from Glasser Road, which shows the southern boundary of the site where it adjoins the existing urban park, which connects to housing at Ballinmagowan. So in terms of consultee summary, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive supports the proposal for 119 units located in an area of housing need in the West Bank. DFI Rovers have no objection subject to condition. Environmental Health, no objection subject to condition. Lochs Agency proposed a condition requiring a pollution interceptor for stormwater discharge. However, NI Water will not be able to adopt a drainage for the site if a pollution interceptor is imposed. Therefore, in the interest of the drainage being adopted for the site, officers consider that the condition provided by Lochs Agency cannot be imposed on this site. DERA have no objection subject to conditions. Historic Monuments, no objection subject to conditions. DFI Roads have considered the off-site mitigation being proposed and considered the internal layout to be acceptable and have no objection. NI Water also have no objection subject to condition relating to a foul sewerage network solution being provided by the developer, and Council's Parks and Recreation team will take the responsibility for the open space management and maintenance of the open space associated with the housing development element of this proposal. In terms of representations, 1 objection was received from Brickhill and Skip Hire at Heather Road, and the issues raised include increased traffic and unsuitability of the existing infrastructure, speed of traffic, intensification of the existing road network around Blease Lane, including Craigan Heights, Spring Hill Road and Holly Hall Road, and antisocial behaviour. And a detailed consideration of the objections is set out in members' reports. So this is the proposed site plan for the redevelopment of the Sean Dolan's GAC element. This includes an extension of the existing clubhouse to provide new changing facilities, fitness suite and gym, and a multi-purpose community room with a movable wall divider to increase flexibility of space. It also includes development of a new sports facility complex, covered synthetic play space, which will be designed to accommodate multiple sports activities such as football, basketball, badminton, and community games. The proposal also includes new car parking and a street lighting scheme. So this is the proposed elevations and the ground floor plan of the extension to Sean Dolan's and the new sporting facility. This is an Agent's 3D image of the proposed new sports facility 3G synthetic pitch, and an Agent's 3D image showing the existing Sean Dolan's buildings along with the new proposed sports facility. And the second element of the proposal is the housing element for social housing on the lands adjacent to Sean Dolan's GAC. This new social housing residential development will include a mixture of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings and wheelchair accessible bungalows. The provision of a new access onto Blaze Lane and upgrade of an existing access to Sean Dolan's GAC. There will be communal amenity spaces with linkages to Sean Dolan's GAC and the urban park located to the south of the site. And a buffer of landscaping will be provided both to Glasgow Road and also to the existing pitch at Sean Dolan's. In terms of the site layout, the layout has been designed to take account of the levels of the site. The housing will front onto all public roads and the roads internally within the site. And the layout has been designed around a central road network with pedestrian connections linking all areas of the site. The site will also have a central area of open space with an equipped play area and a second area of informal amenity space at the south of the site, which will connect to the existing urban park, and also an area of informal space to the east, which will provide connections to Sean Dolan's. These pedestrian connections will knit the development into the wider community, and there is a variety of house types and character streets proposed within the development, with adequate private amenity space provided for all of the dwelling units proposed. This is the Agent's 3D image of the apartments which are located at the entrance to the site, and the Agent's 3D image of the street within the development, and another 3D image of the semi-detached dwellings which will be located within the development. So as part of the application proposal, a planning statement and open space justification report was submitted in October 2019 to assess the community benefits of the proposal and the benefits for the wider community to outweigh the loss of existing zoned recreation and amenity space. This proposal is a joint venture between Radius Housing and Sean Dolan's GAC, and Radius will manage the delivery of the sporting element on behalf of the club. The information provided has demonstrated that there is a social housing need. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive have confirmed a need projection of 2,009 units between 2018 and 2023 in the West Bank area of the city. In terms of community benefits, the agents have considered that this will provide enhanced sporting and community facilities for the benefit of the wider Craigan area and city, and there will be integration with other developments such as those of Ballymagowan and the wider Craigan area, providing an accessible community building well connected to the wider community with linkages to the urban park. There will also be benefits to Sean Dolan's GAC in that it will be able to provide a range of activities and events, including growing club membership, benefits to existing schools using the facilities and other community organisations to provide coaching, training, events and cultural activities and programmes to be facilitated through the club. Other wider community benefits have also been provided in the agent's supporting information, which advises that there will be bespoke programmes aimed at addressing social issues, deprivation, health and social benefits, and this proposal will include a multi-use building which can be used throughout the year. It has been evidenced in the supporting information provided that there's community support for the proposal, and letters of support have been provided from various community organisations, including primary schools, youth clubs, a letter from an MP, an MEP, from Stoke City Football Club, County Derry GAA and St Mary's Parish. And the agents consider that this proposal will reduce antisocial behaviour that currently exists at the site. So in terms of officers' policy consideration, The site is zoned as existing recreation and open space in the Derry Area Plan 2011. Policy R1 in the area plan aims to protect open space. However, there are exceptions to policy. This housing proposal is interlinked with the redevelopment of Sean Dolan's GAC facility, and the combined elements have been demonstrated that they will bring a substantial community benefit and therefore complies with the area plan. In terms of BPS 8 policy OS1 there is an exceptions test within this, and it has to be demonstrated that the proposal would bring substantial community benefits that would outweigh the loss of the zoned open space. Material considerations of this application include the social housing need. The housing need projection for the West Bank, as stated earlier, is 2009 units between 2018 and 2023. The proposal for 119 social units is supported by the Housing Executive, and whilst this is a material consideration, it would not alone bear determining weight. Officers have therefore given consideration also to the other material considerations of this application, including the wider benefits of the proposal. This includes the open space proposals, which have been designed to integrate with and respect the master plan previously approved under the outline application at Ballinmagowan Park. So in terms of the connections to the existing urban parkland, the urban park is located south of the site and has already been constructed, and thus provides usable amenity space for the wider community. This proposal will provide connectivity between the existing developments in Craigan and the proposed development through interconnecting pathways, which will be a benefit to the wider community. The new open space is designed to connect to and link with the redevelopment of Sean Dolan's and to the existing urban park, which provides better accessibility and connections to the wider Craigan area connecting communities, such as that of Ballinmagowan Park, which is on the peripheral edge of Craigan. Accessibility to the new sporting facility will better serve the wider Craigan area and therefore bring wider community benefits. The proposed housing element will provide better supervision from the development onto the existing urban park. And there is a proposed nature trail within the development linking the park to the upgraded community facilities at Sean Dolan's, which will promote increased use of the facilities and provide a more direct link between the urban park and the residents north of Craigan Heights. Officers have also given consideration to the other material considerations of this application, and this includes the redevelopment of Sean Dolan's GAC. There will be benefits to Sean Dolan's directly in terms of increased membership, sporting facilities that can be used all year round and in winter months. The enhanced facilities will offer a range of activities and community events in addition to Gaelic sports, which will provide benefits to the wider Craigan community. And the agent support and information also provided examples of recent community partnership events that have already been held. It is envisaged that the proposal will reduce antisocial behaviour. It has been demonstrated that the proposal is supported by the wider community, and this is required by policy. Officers have considered the letters of support and the wider benefits to the local schools, community groups and organisations. The new facility at Sean Dolan's will be accessible and usable to all, and will help to improve social disadvantage, deprivation, antisocial behaviour and physical health and well-being, all of which are supported through the SPPS. It has also been demonstrated that the wider community benefits extend beyond sport. Officers therefore consider it has been demonstrated, in considering all the material considerations, that this proposal is an exception to policy and that the redevelopment will bring substantial community benefits that decisively outweigh the loss of open space, and therefore the proposal complies with policy OS1 of PPS 8. There are other policies within PPS 8 that also had to be assessed. Policy OS4 assessed the facilities, proposed facilities at Sean Dolan's and the extension, and this proposal meets the criteria and there will be no impact on neighbouring properties. In terms of policy OS2, the new open space which has been provided as part of the housing development includes an equipped play park, and there will be integration of the linear open space elements, and this meets the 10% requirement as per policy OS2. The open space as part of the residential development will be managed and maintained by Council's Parks and Recreation section, and a legal agreement will be put in place, and this has been conditioned to ensure that this will be delivered. In terms of PPS 7, a quality residential environment is achieved. Flood risk and drainage has been assessed and complies with PPS 15, subject to conditions. There will be no impact on archaeology, no impact on natural heritage features or European sites. And in terms of the access, the proposal complies with PPS 3 for both the housing development and the development of Sean Dolan's, and the internal layouts and parking is acceptable. As stated earlier, there will be traffic calming proposed at remote junctions. And this slide just shows you the proposal for the improvements to Fana Drive and Central Drive Junction. There will be external mitigation of the traffic impacts to Fana Drive and works to the Central Drive and Fana Drive Junction as part of this proposal, and also to Blease Lane. This is an additional measure to reduce vehicle speed and promote road user safety. The use of a raised table at Fana Drive Central Drive Junction and the additional speed humps on Fana Drive has went through a separate public consultation process by DFI Roads under the Roads Order, and has also been included as part of this planning application and will be delivered as part of this proposal. DFI Roads has no objection, subject to conditions that the works are completed prior to the occupation of any dwelling. So in summary, the principle of the development is acceptable. It has been demonstrated the proposal will bring substantial community benefits, which complies with the SPPS, the Area Plan and PPS 8. This proposal complies with all the other relevant planning policy, and therefore the recommendation is to approve. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah, members, I'm going to invite Lee Hannigan to address the committee along with Lindsay McGill from Radius House. You are both very welcome to the committee, and you have 5 minutes to make your points between you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, I welcome the recommendation of approval by your planning department here today, and would like to thank the planning department for their assistance in bringing forward this application. As Sarah's outlined, the proposals for development comprising of 119 social rented homes and the extension and upgrade of the existing Sean Dolan facility to provide new changing facilities, multi-purpose community room, and the development of a new indoor complex with 3G synthetic pitch. These facilities will be available for the local community and schools to utilise, helping to improve the health and well-being of the wider community. The Housing Executive confirmed in the recent presentation of their investment plans in November 2020 that the social housing need in the West Bank area continues to be characterised by high demand, with over 900 applicants in this area alone. This development will significantly contribute to reducing this figure. The Housing Executive are supportive of the proposed mix of homes comprising of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses and 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. This includes 8 wheelchair accessible homes and 2 wheelchair accessible apartments in Category 1 active elderly apartments also. Radius will own and manage the homes, which will be delivered alongside a range of communal landscape areas, pedestrian footpaths and children's play area. I'd now like to hand you over to Lindsay McGill from Radius Housing, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Lee, and thank you all today for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this exciting project. Radius Housing have invested over 3 years in bringing this complex mixed-use regeneration project to fruition. We believe this project epitomises the value of partnership working and joined-up thinking. Key stakeholders have included club officials and the wider membership of Sean Dolan's Derry and Ulster GAA, Derry and Strabane District Council and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. All parties have worked collaboratively to realise the full potential of this project, which can be held up as a model of best practice for housing-led regeneration solutions. As a collective, we are extremely proud of the proposal, which goes before you today with a recommendation to approve. The development project will not only address the significant housing need in the Craig and West Bank area, but also represents textbook housing-led regeneration. Through new working relationships and a proactive vision, this has been the catalyst to unlock not just a high-quality residential project, but also the long-held ambitions of the Sean Dolan Club to continue their growth through a collaborative land assembly and enhancement of existing facilities, with a state-of-the-art indoor facility which will not only serve the Craigan community, but also the wider city and county. We acknowledge that planning approval is only one part of the success of this project, and along with other stakeholders, we aim to conclude other delivery factors within the incoming months, such as land acquisition, all other required approvals, a funding approval and the award of a construction contract. As with any development project, all elements work in tandem with each other, and all parties are committed to ensure the success of this project. The granting of planning permission will be a positive step forward towards making the vision a reality. Radius will be responsible for the successful project management and delivery of the capital project in line with all statutory obligations. All elements of the project, both housing and sporting, will be robustly managed and monitored to ensure success. The project will see an investment of over £20 million into the local economy and the creation and support of around 90 jobs, as well as training and apprenticeship programmes, which will be provided by the selected contractor. Radius is here to help address the growing housing need across the city. Our purpose as Northern Ireland's leading housing association is to make a positive difference by providing homes, support and care for people, to build neighbourhoods and to empower local communities. We're excited that this proposed development can help us achieve our purpose, and we look forward to growing our presence in the city. Speaking on behalf of the Sean Dolan Club, membership, as Sarah alluded to, continues to grow across various age levels. These numbers are set only to increase as a consequence of the incredible effort by club volunteers to promote GAA games within the primary and post-primary schools of the Craigan area and the wider surroundings. Although the focus is to encourage participation in Gaelic games, the club will also continue to facilitate a range of other activities and events to promote personal and community development, including cultural, safety, skills and events and training. The extension of the facilities will allow the club to increase the scope of these community programmes, and it will be a shared space available to all sections of the community to use. On a final point from me, I would reinforce that both Radius and our partners in the GAA are very excited regarding the potential that this project will yield for the city. I thank the Council Committee for their time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lee, and thanks, Lindsay. Members, is there any questions for either Lee or Lindsay? No?
Chair, if there's no questions, I'd like to come in.
Okay, I'm going to move back into questions to officer, and I know Aileen had indicated in the chat earlier, so Councillor Mellon, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If there was no questions, I would like to propose we accept the officer's ensuring that people have housing crisis. I'm really excited to see that this plan going forward, and hope that members will agree with me here today, and where they can and are able to, given the opportunity, remain in the communities that they're really rooted in. And this isn't an application that is far out from already developed communities. We want to see them progressing and allowing people to build their families where they were able to grow up as well. But I would also like to point the applicants, and I would like to give my thanks. I know I speak around community facilities, infrastructure, and not just building bricks within other committees that we've been in previously. So I would like to thank Sean Dolan's and Radius Housing for their partnership work and working so that we are building communities and homes. We're not building bricks and mortar. And I do believe that this will reduce antisocial behaviour, not because they'll have to tackle or challenge people, but because they're providing the services and the resources there, the young people and adults, everyone alike, have the opportunity within their communities to become a part of it. I also think, looking at this application and the report within it, this should be an excellent example to other applicants coming in looking for housing developments or looking to come into communities to do better, that this is an all-rounder. It's providing activities for schools, for communities of all ages, for increasing the sports within the areas as well. So for me, I really like to say well done to applicants, and I'm very happy to propose this report today, Chair.
Aileen, Councillor Boyle. Just before bringing you in, I just note that Councillor McKinney has seconded the proposal from Councillor Mellon. Councillor Boyle, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me all right, Chair?
Yeah.
Well, I thank Councillor McKinney for that. I thought it probably appropriate that as the only representative from the Moore District electoral area that I might be able to propose or second it, but that's fine. As long as it gets through the particular process, that I'm content with that. Chair, just to say, Obviously, I do know the area very well indeed. Going back into my own childhood, there was very little in the way of any kind of facilities in the Craigan area in particular. Oakland Park, very nearby, has obviously been since redeveloped by Derry City and Strabane District Council, and there are soccer facilities there. The Shandolans has been there for some time and have had a great presence in the area and have made very significant contributions to community well-being and health, and I look forward to that continuing. I don't really want to rehearse all of what went through in the report. The report's very, very comprehensive. It outlines very significantly why it would be that we would support this particular development. It's a much needed community and leisure facility, albeit notwithstanding everything that I've already said. There are very, very substantial community developments associated and attached with it. I'm very content actually that it meets the exceptions test of OS1 PS 8, I think it is. And of course, and very significantly, a conversation that we all have very regularly on this committee, and that is the importance of social housing provision across city and district. And again, this makes a very substantial contribution to that. And I particularly welcome the inclusion of smaller units, units that are in relatively short supply, that allow for individual living, for people with disabilities to live in a neighbourhood, and of course for smaller family units as well. And I think this development by Shandolans and Radius meets all of those critical need areas. So just to say thank you to Lindsay, thank you to Lee, and particularly thank you to Shandolans actually for taking the lead over the last number of years. I know how committed they are. I congratulate them on that, and I look forward to seeing the first foundations in place, and of course the bricks and mortar to be above that. That's important, but of course the very significant element of this is the importance of the contribution to community well-being, community health, and the provision of social housing. So again, I note the proposer and the seconder, thank them for that, and again, I just want to record my support for it too, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly, declare my support for this proposal as well. As we all know in this district, we are in desperate need of more social housing, and that's why I welcome this, and hopefully the committee will all be unanimous in supporting this. And it's very good. The units as well, the unit mix, as we know, Craigan in particular is an area of great need. A lot of people are desperate to get housing there, so this will go a ways in terms of helping that. So it's a very good proposal, and this is the kind of thing we like to be able to vote for here at the committee. And just secondly, I wish Shandolans the best, and well done in being part of this proposal.
Thanks, Councillor Harkin. Any further comments, members? Members, we've got a proposal.
Chair, could I just come on just to...
Yeah, go on ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Chair, for that. Just like all our speakers, I come all the way from Strabane. So the locality doesn't feature when we're sitting on this planning. But I would just like to say that I fully support the project. It's got community involvement. It's got social housing, and it meets much of the needs for the entire district. So tell John Boyle to be pulling back his wings. Thank you, Chair. Happy to support.
Thank you. Members, if there's no further comments, we do have a proposal from Councillor Mellon, seconded by Councillor McKinney, to approve the application. Members, I'm getting a sense that this is unanimous, but is there anybody who isn't voting in favour of this application? Can you indicate now? No. So members, I'm going to take that as unanimous. And in doing so, members, I just want to make a comment in relation to this application, because when I was reading through this application, there's different elements to it, and each of the elements are just as significant as the others. You know, when I know it's been alluded to is in relation to the need for social housing, particularly in Craigan, and the little availability for social housing in that area. So that's this is it was a massive step forward in terms of meeting housing need within the Craigan area. That in itself would be a very welcome application coming to this committee. But when you've got that coupled with the improvement and the facilities for Shandons, we all know within this committee that Shandons is synonymous with Gaelic games in the city and Gaelic culture. And we've seen that they've become, they've got the full buy-in of the community in Craigan. And this is something that's going to allow the club to grow. And it's facilities that are going to be used, very much used by all GAA clubs throughout the city and beyond. So it's a very welcome application, and it's an exciting time for Shandons and the people of Craigan. So I'm delighted that this application has received unanimous support. So members, that application has been approved unanimously. Our next application, according to a running order, is item 9, which is LA11 2019-0263. It's application for a supermarket at the Crescent Link. Members, we agreed at the start of the meeting, given the huge amount of correspondence we've received from objectors.
Slideshow.
So, given that there's a huge number of late information that's been submitted by objectors, I think it's only right that we take 15 minutes at this point for members to familiarize yourselves with the submissions that have been made, and we'll reconvene. It's almost 3:15 now. I'm suggesting we reconvene now at 3:30 to allow members the opportunity to consider the late information that has been sent on in relation to this application. Thank you.
Chair, John Boyle here. Do you mind if I come in briefly before we do that?
Yeah.
It's really just to I suppose reiterate a conversation that we've had regularly over the last number of years with reference to the late submission of items. And I'm not complaining just specifically, or not even complaining, but I think it's worth noting that when it comes to some applications, we are looking at late items that are literally coming at us. You could nearly say last minute. Maura referenced a couple of late items for another application which has been withdrawn to consider those. And so again, I would just like to have some advice from the city solicitor as to how it might be that we could draw a line somewhere to say anything submitted after a particular time of the day, because I don't want to interfere in the process of this particular application, but I am concerned that we're continually seeing items coming onto the desk, and our desks very much at the 11th hour, in fact the 11th and a half hour in some cases.
Councillor Boyle, I appreciate your comments, and but in the same token, one of the things that we've strived ourselves is in relation to this committee is the importance of transparency and openness, and allowing for participation. And so that, if there's anybody, and because I don't want to put the officers in a position where objectors or applicants wish to feel that we would benefit from hearing some additional information before we take a decision on an application. I would hate to be in a position where we close the door and feel that information can't be heard. I appreciate the comments, and if the city solicitor's on the line, can he give any advice on it, or maybe it's something that we can take offline and have a discussion in terms of the operation of the committee, because it may be a wider discussion, and there's enough information for us to divulge divulge in respect to this application itself, rather than having discussions around the operation of the committee at this.
Chair, just can I come in? Sorry for interrupting. Look, Chair, I've no problem doing doing any of that offline, but I think it's incumbent upon me to flag it up. I'm certainly not saying that we wouldn't want to remain open and transparent, but you know, a line which may be drawn 3 years before kickoff, I don't think would be just by way of an example. I don't think that would be particularly draconian. Others may not share that view. And I would certainly welcome a continuation of that conversation. Yes, you're right. Perhaps we should have that offline.
Yeah. But in respect to this application, there has been information that's been submitted late, and I'm going to ask members to take the time now to consider that information, and we're going to come back at 3:30. So thank you, members. No members. Members, we've give 15 minutes to consider the late information that's been submitted. But members, you may have noticed that during that time there has been a further communication in relation to another email or late submission that was sent from another objector. Members, I'm going to, rather than take another 5 minutes, I'm going to ask Andre, could she possibly summarise? And apologies for pointing it on you, but can you summarise the submission that on behalf of Mrs. Sharp?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. We received a late objection just recently from Canavan Associates, and they are speaking or writing in on behalf of the resident at number 1 Oak Country Green in the Waterside. So basically, I'll try not to ad-lib too much. The notification letter by Derry and Strabane Council dated the 25th of November that further revised drawings have been submitted by the applicant and any relevant comments can be made in writing to the council. So Canavans wish to make further submission on behalf of the resident of Oak Country Green. The objector's dwelling, 1 Oak Country Green, is located in a corner plot directly opposite and 13.5 metres distant from the proposed little superstore development lands of Crescent Link. So the comments on revised drawings, our clients would seek re-advertisement of these new plans and drawings as submitted on the 14th of October and the 6th of November 2020, so as to notify other local residents. The development proposed now seems to have been modified and different. The red-lined site area has been amended a second time and thus constitutes a substantial changes. We note the following changes to drawings with drawing numbers stated below. So there's the site area increased from 13,750 square metres to 13,844 square metres. The site boundary is revised. Additional pedestrian access has been provided to the south. Another drawing has been referenced that the site boundary has been revised. Additional pedestrian access to the south. A further drawing referenced site boundary revised, site area extended to extent of ramps at junctions to the east. Additional pedestrian and cycle access to south 5 metres wide. 2 number parking spaces removed to allow for new access. The site boundary has been revised. The site area extended to extent of ramps at junction to the east. Additional pedestrian and cycle access to the south 5 metres wide. 2 number parking spaces removed to allow for new access. The proposed water main extends beyond the planning site boundary to the south. Proposed surface water pipe extends beyond the planning site boundary to the northwest. Proposed foul pipes extend beyond the planning site boundary to the northwest. We note that the car parking area has lost 2 further car parking spaces. It is now proposed to provide a pedestrian and cycle link to the development. This link appears to be very unsafe and potentially dangerous to all road users, as it is located close to the highly trafficked Crescent Link roundabout. Pedestrians and cyclists have then to traverse the entire car parking area to approach the entrance of the proposed building. With regards to traffic congestion and safety issues at Crescent Link, we refer to the attached media reports in the local newspaper. Traffic congestion and resultant public safety at Crescent Link is of local and councillor concern. The proposed development would be premature until this traffic congestion is alleviated. The proposal will greatly increase daily traffic movements each day of the week, and will exacerbate traffic congestion and endanger public safety. We refer to our previous submissions that still hold. The amended plans do not address the scale of the development, traffic generation, and unacceptable residential amenity impacts in this residential location. And there's 2 attachments, and they seem to be newspaper articles. But the only thing I can see here is that it's the public notices of planning applications and when the notice was in the paper. So I'm just, there is an extract from the Derry Journal from Tuesday, December the 8th, 2020. And it's an article which is titled Hope's Survey Will Address Madness at Crescent Blank. And it goes into detail about a waterside councillor said is hopeful that new traffic survey to determine traffic volumes at a busy Derry retail park will finally result in safety measures to prevent people getting injured or worse. So the article goes on. I don't know if you want me to read out the whole article.
I think the point was made, and my apologies, members, because there was an email that was sent around, which Andre has read through. It didn't come through to everybody. It was only sent to myself, but the fact that Andre has read through it now, members should have the information. There's a few members that have indicated they speak. Do you want to speak in the application, or are you? The first person is Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney, do you wish to speak on the application?
Yeah, yes, Chair, I actually do.
Now wouldn't be the appropriate time to speak on that.
Well, sorry, no, I want to speak about the letters actually that were sent.
Okay, right, go on ahead.
Right, I'm just been through all the letters for about the third time today, and it seemed to be a lot of the objectives seem to be saying that they haven't been giving enough time, and it was lack of information sent out them. Also, I think reading the letters, there's some issues which need to be addressed by Taggart Hall, where they seem to have told the residents that the area where Lidl's is proposing to go was supposed to be a green area with trees and play parks. So I would like that taken into account, and also what Andre said there. And I think maybe possibly we should cancel going any further with this until we have all correct information.
Mr. McKinney, this part of the application process is to obtain the correct information, and if you've got questions to the applicant, then the applicant will be present to present and answer any questions. So that I'm just making that point. There's another indicated speaker, who's Alderman McClintock. Do you wish to speak in the application, or is it in relation to?
No, in relation to this information, yep. Chair, just very briefly. I think I'm all for transparency, but I think this is getting utterly ridiculous when we're actually in a meeting and late information's come in. This planning application has been in the process for a very long time, and I think it is really utterly ridiculous that we are now at a situation where we're starting to look at an application and bring in extra information that's been brought before us, much of which is similar to what we've seen already. So I think we should get on and get this application sorted. It has been, I mean, Lidl is a massive application that has been talked about for as long as I can ever remember, the last 10 years. And I think it's time that we did make a decision on this. So I'm all for going ahead with this application today. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Members, I'm going to, is everybody confident or comfortable enough that you have the opportunity to consider everything that's been presented? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. This is precisely what I was referencing before the break, and that's why I think the conversation needs to be had. I concur with Alderman McClintock. You know, for information to be literally landing on our desks in during a meeting, I mean that makes this very, very difficult process for all of us. I can't see what has been read out by Andre. Not that I don't believe what I'm hearing, but we have to be concerned about that. We should be concerned in relation to the workings and the outworkings of how it is that we consider information, and if information is going to be coming at us at the last minute, then that makes this job much more difficult. And that's the point I was trying to make, Chair. Again, I want to be extremely transparent in all of these matters, but the processes we are allowing it currently is making this extremely fraught for members.
Sorry, Boyle, I know as we discussed prior to taking the 15-minute to consider the lead information, we feel that that's a discussion for another time. but because there has been people in the past who have used our position to try and delay applications, and that's something that we need to be conscious of as well. We've seen that information that's being presented, which has inevitably deferred applications. And that's something that we need to be conscious of, and that's something that we can consider at another date, a workshop or something, that we can look at it and see if there's a need to tweak our protocol. But at this moment in time, our protocol allows the information to be considered, and I know Lois has indicated that information's been submitted to everyone. Members,
Chair, I wonder, could I just come in there, please?
Just before I bring you in, Maura, I just want just to let members know that the late information that was sent around I'm led to believe is coming from one of the indicated speakers. I know that who has requested speaking rights, so that if there's any point of clarity that members wish to seek on that the issues that have been raised at the literally the 11th hour, they can be brought up during questions to the objector. So there is that opportunity for clarity further on after the application has been presented. Maura, did you want to come on?
Yes, Chair, just very briefly, and just to be very clear, any late information that is submitted before any decision of this council must be taken into account, and it's a legal requirement that we take it into account. We can have a conversation about what that is, and we've repeated this over and over again in the last 5 years. Yes, it's very, very difficult, and unfortunately, when it comes in at this late stage, it's more and more difficult for officers and members to consider. But at this point, it's a must. So I just want to be clear about that. So members, we've presented all that information in emails to you, and even the last one that Andre has read out, that has also been sent to you. So it's just to be clear that is now being considered and the time has been taken, and I'm content that that's been done, Chair. Thank you.
Members, if there's no further speakers, I'm going to...
Can I come on just briefly again on this?
Councillor Boyd, please. Is it something new?
Yeah, yes, Chair. I'm concerned enough about it to bring it up. The email that we're talking about just literally just came into my email address in the last couple of minutes. In fact, 15:40 is the time on the email as it landed into my email inbox.
Okay, I'm going to pass over to Andre and ask Andre to take us through the application.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So item 9 is LA 11 2019 0263F, and the proposal is for the erection of a supermarket, associated car park, and amended access off approval A 2004 0879F, including landscaping and site works, and the location is undeveloped land to the east of Kilfennan Link roundabout and 100 metres northeast of number 20 Crescent Link in Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. So the details of the proposed development. This is a major development which seeks full permission for a supermarket with a gross floor area of 2269 square metres and a sales area of 1420 square metres. It is a major retail development which comprises 1,000 square metres or more gross floor space outside of town centres. The agent has advised that the applicant is Shipkey Investments Limited, however the proposed occupier is Lidl. The development is part of a dual store strategy for the company, given the success of their offer at their existing store at Buncrana Road and in response to customer demand for an additional store on the waterside. They consider there is sufficient spend available to support Lidl stores either side of the foyle. As a discount operator, Lidl trade a lower level of average sales than a traditional convenience retailer. The development will offer more choice and competition for the waterside area of the city. The level of job creation and investment can be delivered with certainty. So the site is located on zoned housing land H27 as defined in the Area Plan 2011. The site is within the housing development known as Oak Country Manor, with residential properties to the northeast and east of the site. Further north is Lisneal College and Crescent Link Retail Park. There is a Cost Cutter store to the south of the application site. The site is currently being redeveloped to provide for a larger retail store, petrol filling station and hot food units. The Premier Inn Hotel is to the southeast of the site. Further to the south is residential development and the fire station and Altnagelvin Hospital. The Crescent Link dual carriageway is to the west of the site, and access to the site is via the existing Kilfennan Link roundabout. So the next slide shows a view of the site from within Oak Country Manor development. Craig's Cost Cutter store is currently being redeveloped and is seen here to the rear. The next slide shows the view of the site from Craig's Cost Cutters. The next slide is a view of the site from Kilfennan Link roundabout with Oak Country Manor housing development in the background. Slide 7 shows the site boundary bounding Crescent Link dual carriageway. And slide 8 shows the northern boundary of the site which abuts the existing dwellings in Oak Country Manor. With regards to layout and design, it is proposed to position the building within the site as shown in the site layout. The building is orientated so that the front elevation of the building faces towards the newly constructed houses in the Oak Country housing development and towards Kilfennan Link roundabout, whilst the rear elevation faces Crescent Link dual carriageway. There is a blank elevation and service areas towards the existing residential properties. In respect of design and visual impact, Policy BE1 of the Derry Area Plan 2011 requires that development proposals should make a positive contribution to the townscape and be sensitive to the character of the surrounding area in terms of design, scale and use of materials, and should respect the opportunities and constraints of the site and have regard to the potential to create a new sense of place through sensitive design. These next slides show the proposed design of the store and the photographs to show the context for the site. So slide 10, this is the site elevation facing south towards Kilfennan Link roundabout. It is glazed and presents a contemporary appearance to public view. This is the front elevation of the building which faces east towards Oak Country Manor and onto the proposed car park. It is approximately 71 metres from the nearest occupied dwelling at 1 Oak Country Park. Slide 12 shows the rear elevation of the building. There will be views of this elevation when travelling along Crescent Link dual carriageway in both directions. The immature vegetation planted along the earthen bank allows unimpeded views of the rear elevation of the proposed building. It is also proposed to locate the refrigeration and air conditioning plant on this elevation. Slide 13 shows the side elevation facing the northern boundary. The loading bay is located along this elevation and a masonry and timber fence is proposed to reduce the noise impact during deliveries. The following slides are existing photographs of the site. So this shows the eastern boundary of the site is undefined at present, as seen here from within the Oak Country housing development. The southern and western boundaries of the site are defined by an earth mound and linear planting of young trees. The age of the trees and spacing between them means that these boundaries are open to public views from Crescent Link dual carriageway. The northern boundary of the site is shared with the existing dwellings and currently defined with close boarded fencing. Section 4.31 of the SPPS states that new buildings and their surroundings have a significant effect on the character and quality of a place. Section 4.33 acknowledges the need for quality, place-specific contextual design. The SPPS states that the key to successful placemaking is a relationship between buildings and the relationship between buildings and streets. The rear elevation of the building presented to the public road runs contrary to the aim of creating vibrant, active street frontages. The design of the building on this highly visible site is not considered to be compliant with policies in the area plan or the SPPS and is not acceptable in the interests of visual amenity. Officers consider the design of the building, the layout of the site and the relationship of the building with the public road fails to make a positive contribution to the area. So this slide shows the proposed site boundary definition and landscaping. The western boundary between the site and the Crescent Link dual carriageway will be grassed and planted intermittently with shrubs or trees. Along the southern and partially along the western boundaries, a laurel hedge is proposed. NIEA has stated that native species hedging should be used, and officers would agree with this approach as an opportunity to improve the biodiversity value of the site. It takes time, however, for vegetation to become established, and given the visual prominence of the site from the dual carriageway, officers do not consider the public views of the rear elevation of the building along this road are acceptable. At the entrance to the site, proposed landscaping is in the form of groups of shrubs flanking each side of the entrance. However, large expanse of hard surface car parking is apparent. The boundary treatment along the eastern boundary of the site should be of high quality in terms of materials and appearance to reflect the high design quality of the surrounding residential environment. The northern elevation of the building will be defined by acoustic fencing along the loading bay and is required to provide noise attenuation for the dwellings bounding this elevation. So with regards to consultee responses, DFI roads have no objection subject to conditions and informatives. Environmental Health Department also have no objection subject to conditions and informatives. NIEA, DFI Rivers, Shared Environmental Services, Lochs Agency have no objection, and NI Water, there is a pre-development inquiry pending, and the agent is to submit that. With regards to traffic and roads issues, DFI Roads has considered a transport assessment and access drawings. Representations received were also taken into account and addressed by DFI Roads in their request for amended plans, which are considered to be acceptable. In summary, the matters considered by DFI Roads were trip generation, committed development, highway impact and traffic growth, junction modelling, parking, service management plan, and pedestrian and cycle provision. DFI Roads has no objection to the development subject to conditions. With regards to residential amenity issues and noise, a noise impact assessment report was submitted and assessed. It considers the impact of customer and delivery vehicles and external plant and equipment and proposes mitigation in the form of a 3.6 metre high masonry and timber fence. AHD has considered the noise impact assessment and concerns raised by the objectors in respect of noise and advised that the noise impact reports demonstrates that the noise from the development shall fall below current guideline noise levels used for assessing noise impact on residential amenity. There are a low number of daily vehicle deliveries, and prior to construction works commencing, the applicant shall submit a construction management plan. With regards to air quality, there is potential impact due to increased number of vehicles. Environmental Health Department requested an air quality screening assessment. Environmental Health advised it should be based on the site layout, the most up-to-date road traffic data, and should consider emissions at the most sensitive receptors surrounding the development site. On the basis of the findings of an air quality impact assessment, Environmental Health has no objection to this proposal on the grounds of air quality. With regards to contaminated land, a contaminated land report was submitted and considered by Environmental Health and NIEA Regulation Unit. The report was submitted to assess the potential risk to human health and the environment from ground and groundwater contaminants. Both Environmental Health and NIEA Regulation Unit advise there is potential for localised unforeseen contaminants to be encountered during construction and suggest monitoring conditions should permission be granted. With regards to light pollution, a lighting plan was submitted by the applicant. The lighting plan provided the specification of the lighting proposed if permission is granted. Environmental Health state that the light levels created by the development outside the site perimeter will fall below the standard lighting guidelines values for an urban area, as recommended by the professional guidance notes. Natural Heritage NED considered a preliminary ecological appraisal. The site is of low ecological value as it appears to have been subject to pre-clearance works. The ecologist has not identified any priority protected habitats or species on the site. NIEA has no concerns but a suggested native species planting. With regards to other consultee responses, DFI Rivers considered a drainage assessment and advised they have no objection to the development from a drainage or flood risk perspective subject to conditions. NI Water responded to a pre-development inquiry by the agent in October 2018. NI Water subsequently advised that the PDE has now expired. The agent has been advised that an updated PDE is pending. Shared Environmental Services advised that having considered the details of the project, it is concluded that it is eliminated from further assessment as it will not have any negative effect on the selection features, conservation objectives or status of any European site. Lochs Agency have no objection subject to condition relating to stormwater discharge. Natural heritage considered, apologies. With regard to representations received, during the processing of the application, a number of representations were received. There were 13 letters of objection and 11 letters of support. In summary, the letters of objection raised the following issues. There is no need for the development given the proximity to other local convenience stores. The application is contrary to policy in the Derry Area Plan 2011, the RDS and PPS 3. There is conflict with predominantly residential land use in the area. There is adverse landscape and visual impact, little vegetation to provide screening, and there is a detrimental impact on residential amenity with regards to overlooking privacy and daylight. The detrimental impact on residential character, increase in traffic, congestion, safety, pollution, traffic fumes, dust, noise and disturbance from delivery and waste collection noise outside normal business hours, antisocial behaviour, light pollution. The aerial photographs submitted with the application do not show existing dwellings and is out of date. Neighbours were told that the land, which is now the application site, was to be a play area for housing. Neighbours not aware of the proposal prior to the application being submitted. Change to an increase in the site boundary outlined in red. Objectors assert that those supporting the application are not local. The further objections received as late items, members will be aware of and have read recent further objections received. In summary, the further representations raise the following: neighbour notification procedures, attendance and presentation at committee, the need for the development, increased traffic and road safety, pollution and environmental issues, planning history of the site, antisocial activities, waste disposal and smell. Detailed consideration of the objections received during the processing of the application is contained within the case officer report. With respect to roads and traffic, DFI Roads have considered a transport assessment and access drawing submitted in respect of the application. Representations received during the processing of the application were also taken into account and addressed by DFI Roads in the request for amended details. The representations in respect of traffic matters are summarised as concerns with respect to road safety, intensification at junctions and the conflict of supermarket traffic with residential traffic. In summary, the matters considered by DFI Roads were trip generation, committed development, highway impact and traffic growth, junction modelling, parking, service management plan, pedestrian and cycle provision. On the basis of the information submitted and assessed by officers in DFI Roads, there is no objection to the development on road safety grounds subject to conditions. With regards to residential amenity, a noise impact assessment was submitted and it considered the impact of customer and delivery vehicle movement around the site, the impact of noise from external plant and equipment serving the proposed store. The closest noise-sensitive properties to the store are located to the east and north of the site boundary and to the west on the other side of Crescent Link dual carriageway. With regards to noise from HGVs accessing the site, the report advises that the predicted noise from the HGV will be within both daytime and nighttime World Health Organization target levels and similar to existing ambient levels in vicinity of the closest residential properties. The report also considers noise from refrigerated vehicles and advises that these usually take a maximum of 30 minutes and that nearby properties will be screened from vehicle noise by the proposed building and long acoustic barrier. Opening hours are stated to be from 8 AM to 9 Monday to Saturday and from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock on Sundays. The noise report advises that deliveries by 1 or 2 articulated lorries during busy periods such as Christmas or Easter per day will take place during the daytime hours of 7 in the morning and 11 at night. The report concludes there should be no loss of amenity due to noise at the nearest residential properties, with proposed mitigation measures in place. The mitigation is proposed by means of a 3.6 metre high masonry and timber acoustic barrier along the northern boundary to screen the loading bay from the residential properties north of the site. Officers and DHD have considered the noise impact assessment and concerns raised by the objectors in respect of noise, and advise that the noise impact report submitted by the applicant demonstrates that noise from the development shall fall below the current guideline noise levels used for assessing noise impact in residential amenity. The applicant has undertaken to erect a noise barrier to reduce noise from delivery vehicles to an acceptable level at the closest properties. The applicant confirms that there will be a relatively low number of daily vehicle deliveries visiting the site. The service management plan states that 1 delivery vehicle will visit the site daily, increasing to 2 vehicles at busy times such as Christmas and Easter. In relation to construction noise, the Environmental Health Service recommends that should planning be granted and prior to construction works commencing, that the applicant submits a construction management plan. With regards to air pollution, objectors raised concern regarding the impact of the development on air quality due to increased numbers of vehicles. An air quality impact assessment was submitted and assessed by officers and environmental health. On the basis of the findings of this assessment, the Environmental Health Department has no objection to this proposal on the grounds of air quality. With regards to floodlighting, given the proximity of the objector's home to the proposed car park and store, a detailed lighting plan was submitted by the agent. Environmental Health state that the light levels created by the development outside the site perimeter will fall below the standard lighting guidelines values for an urban area and advise an informative will be placed on any planning approval. Regarding waste disposal, the bin storage is located to the north of the site. A service management plan has been submitted. Waste removal will be carried out once daily and refuge collection will be weekly. This slide just shows the proximity of the application proposal to number 1, Oak Country Green. And the section on that slide also shows just the proximity and the distance between the existing residential development and the proposed store. And this slide was submitted by the agent to demonstrate the proximity or the distance from existing residential properties to the proposed development. 11 letters of support were also received during the processing of the application. In summary, these supported the development for the following reasons: social and economic benefits, job creation, more choice and convenience, affordable price. The waterside has a lack of food providers. Retail impact assessment demonstrates need in the area. Attraction to the site will increase trade to surrounding stores. Little provision for the area means locals don't have to cross the city or travel further afield to get to a Lidl store. Don't believe this application will displace anyone, as Lidl has a distinct offering which will not damage trade of other supermarkets. So the policy consideration, a full and detailed planning assessment is set out in the case officer report. The application site is within the development limits of the city. However, it lies outside the commercial core, the central area and any district centres or local centres as defined in the Derry Area Plan 2011. The application site is located on zoned housing land identified as H27 in the area plan. This major residential zoning also provided for a local centre and retail warehousing, which is now provided a Crescent Link retail park, which contains the retail development and local shopping provision, mainly through the M&S store and Tesco's. The Derry Area Plan 2011 outlines the retail hierarchy, commercial core, district centres, local centres and corner shops in descending order of scale. Policy COM 1 seeks to strengthen and consolidate the commercial core of the city as the principal focus for shopping in the district and the commitment to protecting its vitality and viability. The commercial core, as defined in the Derry Area Plan, includes the main town centre on the city side and extends to Duke Street and Spencer Road in the waterside. Policy COM 2 states that proposals for the development of convenience retailing and shops whose primary function is to meet a local need which are located in or adjoining district centres will be encouraged. The existing district centre closest to the site is at Lisnagelvin and contains the large Tesco store as well as other retail outlets. 6 local centres are defined in the area plan. The closest defined local centre to the site is a Crescent Link retail park and contains an M&S store and a small Tesco's, as well as other retail and food outlets. Craig's Cost Cutters is located adjacent to the site. Policy COM 3 in the area plan states that local scale shopping within major residential areas will normally be acceptable where there is a clear deficiency in provision and where the proposed site is satisfactory in terms of environmental and traffic considerations. The Derry Area Plan also defines a large central area on the city side and waterside, which contains the commercial core. With regards to the strategic planning policy statement for Northern Ireland, the SPPS sets out the policies for retailing which encourage a town centre first approach to support and sustain vibrant town centres. The SPPS supersedes Planning Policy Statement 5. The specific section on town centres and retailing identify the following regional strategic objectives: to secure a town centre first approach for the location of future retailing and other main town centre uses, adopt a sequential approach to the identification of retail and main town centre uses in local development plans when decision taking, ensure decisions in LDPs and decisions are informed by robust and up-to-date evidence in relation to need and capacity, protect and enhance diversity in the range of town centre uses appropriate to their role and functions such as leisure, cultural and community facilities, housing and business, promote high-quality design to ensure that town centres provide sustainable, attractive, accessible and safe environments and maintain and improve accessibility to and within the town centre. The SPPS states that planning authorities must adopt a town centre first approach for retail and main town centre uses. This is achieved by the application of the sequential test to proposals for main town centre uses that are not in an existing centre and not in accordance with an up-to-date LDP. The sequential test means that where an alternative sequentially preferable site exists within a proposed catchment, a proposal on a less sequentially preferred site should be refused. Schemes should be considered in the following order of preference: primary retail core, town centres, edge of centre sites within 300 metres of the town centre boundary, and out of centre locations only where sites are accessible by a choice of good public transport modes. The proposed development of a new little store for mainly convenience retailing is not located in the primary retail core, the town centre, a defined district centre, a defined local centre or an existing cluster of local services which requires additional convenience retailing provision. The proposed site is not considered to be an edge of centre site as it is not located within 300 metres of the town centre boundary. The proposed site is an out-of-centre location on zoned housing land and given its location off the Crescent Link dual carriageway could be accessible by bus. It would be envisaged that given the nature of the site, the majority of trips to the site which will be by private car, taxi and to a lesser degree by walking from nearby residential areas. The SPPS states that where there is no up-to-date LDP, council should require applicants to prepare an assessment of need. This may incorporate a quantitative and qualitative assessment and may take account of committed development proposals. During the processing of the application, the agent submitted a capacity assessment, retail impact assessment with sequential site search, and a further supplementary report was received in November 2020. As stated previously, this application is for major retail development outside of a defined town, district or local centre. In summary, the agent has advised this is an occupier-led proposal by discount operator Lidl. Lidl trade at a lower level of average sales than a superstore retailer. There is sufficient spend to support both Lidl stores on either side of the foil, and this is their dual store strategy for the company. Lidl is a committed operator and will deliver the scheme by the design year assumptions. They will bring more choice and competition for the waterside, and the economic benefits can be delivered with certainty. The agent states that the city side has more retail provision than the waterside, and that consideration should be given to the qualitative need for the discount food operator to provide additional choice to residents in the waterside area of the city. The agent and their updated retail tables have assessed cumulative retail impact assessments on existing retail provision throughout the city. As per planning policy, committed developments, including the Ernst approval, has been included, albeit the agent has argued that the development is unlikely to proceed. In an updated table, Lidl and all commitments trading, the agent states that there will be the following cumulative retail impacts. With regards to the 0 to 5 minute drive time, the impacts in Lisnagelvin District Centre are 13.34%. The impacts on Crescent Link Retail Park is 17.2%, 0.02%. The city centre waterside is 6.3%. The waterside other is 11.83%. And with regards to the catchment area of 5 to 10 minutes drive time, Derry Central area, the impact is 11.98%. Springtown District Centre is 12.19%. Northside District Centre 11.57%. White House is 11.28%. And the city side remainder 11.88%. In summary, the site lies outside the central area and commercial core. It is on land zoned in the area planned for housing as zoning H27. The proposal is not considered to address an identified need due to a lack of convenience retailing in the area. Officers consider that the qualitative need for a Lidl store at this location does not bear determining weight over all other policy considerations, and that there is no identified local need for the development at this location. The site is at a prominent position with a frontage onto Crescent Link dual carriageway, and officers consider the design and layout will not provide for an acceptable design solution which will make a positive contribution to the area visually and which is contrary to the aims of creating a vibrant, active and attractive street frontage. The objectors raised concerns in respect of noise, air quality and light pollution, increased traffic and road safety. In respect of these issues, AHD and DFI roads were consulted. The concerns raised by the objectors have been taken into consideration and are detailed in the report. Environmental health and DFI roads have no objections subject to conditions. As the proposal is considered contrary to the retail policies of the Derry Area Plan and the SPPS and fails to deliver a quality design and layout given its context, it is recommended that the application should be refused for the following reasons. Refusal reason 1, the proposal is contrary to the Derry Area Plan, Policy COM 1, and that the proposed development in this out-of-centre location does not strengthen and consolidate the commercial core of the city as a principal focus for shopping in the district. Refusal reason 2, the proposal is contrary to the Derry Area Plan, Policy COM 2, and that the proposed development is located outside of a defined district centre or local centre as defined in the Derry Area Plan 2011, where the primary role is the provision of locally accessible convenience goods, and it has not been demonstrated that there is available capacity for convenience retailing. Refusal reason 3 is that the proposal is contrary to the Derry Area Plan, Policy COM 3, and that the proposed development is not considered to be of local scale shopping which meets a clear deficiency in provision. Refusal reason 4, the proposal is contrary to Policy BE1 Urban Design of the Derry Area Plan and the Strategic Planning Policy Statement Town Centres and Retailing, and that the design and layout of the proposed development would be detrimental to the visual amenity of the area. Refusal reason 5, the proposed development is contrary to the Strategic Planning Policy for Northern Ireland Retailing and Town Centres, and that the development does not meet an existing deficiency in local shopping provision, and the development would, if permitted, be likely to have an adverse impact on the vitality and viability of existing centres, as there is no available capacity for convenience retailing in the city. And refusal reason 6, the proposal is contrary to the Strategic Planning Policy for Northern Ireland, and that it has not been satisfactorily demonstrated that there are no available sequentially preferable sites for retail development of this scale in the commercial core, central area, the district centre, a native centre site, and if approved would set an undesirable precedent for out-of-centre shopping in the district. Thank you.
Andre, was a very comprehensive presentation, and I appreciate that since the report has been published or sent out, there has been developments, and I know the report alluded to 11 objections. There's been a considerable increase in that number. So in relation to, I know we've got a speaker, Mr. Gallagher, who is going to attempt to represent all 56 objections within a 5-minute time frame, which is a challenge in itself. So I'm going to be a wee bit lenient in terms of time for Mr. Gallagher to make his points. But in relation to, and I know one of Mr. Gallagher's neighbours, Mrs. Rashida Rayouf, who had sent in correspondence which Andre had read out and which wouldn't have been in the report either. So I just wanted to allude to that and make members be aware that those objections will be considered as in the processing of the application. But I know Mrs. Rashida Rayouf is available to answer any questions to members. I know Mr. Gallagher's the sole speaker, but Mrs. Rayouf will be available to answer any questions that members may have. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Gallagher. Go ahead. You're on mute, Mr. Gallagher. Yeah, you're very welcome.
The application site is identified as a zone housing land, as previously stated, H27 in the Derry Area Plan 2011. Residents of the local community have the right to object to commercialisation of the area where the housing needs for the city is not fulfilled and facing more than 5,700 houses deficit per year in Northern Ireland, based on the Department of Infrastructure Assessment 2019. The proposed development would be very unsightly in this prominent location, visually disconcerting, and will greatly diminish the residential quality of the adjoining retail or residential area. As previously stated, my colleague at One Oak Country Green is there to answer your questions. And the family live in the corner plot directly opposite 13.5 meters distance from a proposed car park of the development. The majority of the windows from front to rear, including windows in the sunroom, kitchen and dining room, and the living room and master bedroom, are exposed to the proposed development. And this dwelling is built on a raised ground, and the situation is even worse. Hedges on the side, which are approximately 1.5 to 2 meters high at present, are unable to be seen from the car park and the commercial traffic of the proposed development. This can easily be verified by an independent person walking by the house. A driver sitting in a 40-foot heavy goods vehicle can look through the whole house, no matter where the height of the hedges are. The hedges can be grown to an unusual height just to screen these windows from the impact of proposed development without compromising the essential light, the right to sunlight and air. In accordance with the residents' religious beliefs and cultural background, women who are resident in the property would be required to cover their heads inside their own home, all because of the intrusion of their privacy. This will impact on their mental and physical health, along with forcing them to close majority of the window blinds permanently, depriving them from essential, already scarcely available sunlight, and thus leading to vitamin D deficiency. This is more significant in people with coloured skin, causing significant health impact by impairing the immune system, weakening bone and skeletal system, and increasing risk cardiovascular and neurological problems. The claimed that based on the site visit carried out on the 9th of December, that the hedging had been allowed to grow so to the rear, the side and the garden, and are largely screened from all view from pedestrians. At present, this is around 2.5 metres high and just reaches the base of the kitchen and the other windows. It could never be allowed to reach anything higher because it wouldn't be able to grow properly. It would start falling. The applicant pointed out that to the site that is bounded by a public road, but these roads are mainly used by people of neighbourhood in the private vehicles. However, there is a huge difference between people of the neighbouring houses and strangers visiting the supermarket and delivering vehicles and delivery vehicles. There is no need to disrupt the calm and peaceful environment of the neighbourhood of a residential area with a constant influx of strangers. Construction traffic of such a supermarket with a big car park, and it's as suggested by history, as various places in Northern Ireland include the Strand Road, attracts antisocial behaviour and directly affects the privacy of the human rights to enjoy his or her home without fear of being observed from strangers. You already mentioned the waste disposal along with the smells and other issues with the supermarket. There is a genuine health and safety concern of the residents whose children are placed in a designated green belt and cycling on residential streets with a large supermarket opening within the heart of the residents, with 167 car vehicle places, which will daily estimate entries and exits in excess of 150, and that's in the provisional assessment. And delivery vehicles of 40-foot delivery vehicles. All this traffic will be using a small road in which the park is. This park around will become unsafe for the children to play and walk there. Parents are concerned about visits from unknown vehicles and individuals who are not resident of this locality and their small children playing outside. They're concerned with major emergency service located on the same road the Crescent Link, include the fire rescue, Altnigavin Hospital and police station, and increased congestion on this small roundabout, the Kilfennan roundabout, which already overburdened situation at Crescent Link roundabout, would add to the misery of the residents who are using Kilfennan roundabout from both sides, including people from Summer Meadows, Knightsbridge and Seven Oaks, to either avoid congestion or while dropping their children off at Lisneal College. It has been said that a recent survey has been done by the Department of Infrastructure, and as far as we are aware, this has been completed during the recent lockdown restrictions and mid-term holidays, which would have an unrealistic effect on the normal reality of a day-to-day volume of traffic congestion within the area. Now, there has been mention already about there being a need for food outlets or food distributors, and within a 1 mile radius of where Lidl's are supposed to be or planning to be situated, there is already 11 food outlets operating 7 days a week. To say that there's insufficient for the people of the waterside to get a variety from, then I don't know. In conclusion, unless there is a desperate and dire scarcity of food items in the proposed supermarket vicinity, with no alternative available, there is no need for a supermarket in the heart of a residential area. Given permission on zone housing land would be a stark mistake that would may create a sense of insecurity among the residents and harm their mental and physical health with undue stress. Most residents of this area honestly believe that such an exception to the rules should not be given to the superstore giant, which in our view will also harm and adversely affect the number of foot count to the local neighbourhood business, endangering their vitality and their viability. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to express our concern in this forum.
Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher, can I ask you to put your mic on mute just for the meantime? Thank you. Members, is there any questions to Mr. Gallagher? Or is there any questions his neighbour, Mrs. Rayoud? No? No, members, is there no further questions to the objectors? If not, members, I'm going to afford Mrs. Ray the opportunity to address the committee very, very briefly. I appreciate that you took the time to come along. So I'm going to open it up to you. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Like everything has been highlighted in great detail by Mr. Gallagher, but I would like to add this point further on that while we are considering this fact that there are already so many food stores present along this area, however, if the council look carefully, there are absolutely no play areas or no grounds or proper parks for children all the way from Alton Gelman Hospital to Drummahoe. And if you look at the map, you will realize that most of the people, this area is purely residential. You have no idea about the number of children who are living in Seven Oaks and playing out on the street, children who are residents of this housing society. And I'm going to talk a bit personal now because my own son, who is fond of playing outside in the playground, he cannot go out and play because even the green belts which are outside, they're just meant to be used for walking and cycling. I would say there is a huge number of children out here who are suffering even more now because of the COVID and all this happening. They are all locked up inside their houses. They are having mental health issues. I have two of my own, and it is so difficult for me to encourage them and to send them out. And if there is a place like this, it will be beneficial, and I mean it very, very beneficial for lots of children who are living in this area. Even if they want to build a Lidl or whatever supermarket, there are retail markets over there in Leslie Galvin Retail Park. Many shops have closed over there. Why not build up something over there? I just say that leave the calm and quiet of the residential area. Either build more houses here or build a park, something that harmonizes with the whole atmosphere of this area, because this area is purely residential. You can have a small convenience store, or even the Craig's is upgraded now. It is sufficient to meet all our needs. And I really think it is something that should be given a good thought over, because with the COVID and the children being locked inside their houses and locked down, it is definitely producing a strong impact on the youth of not just my own children, but everywhere. Who, like, I know lots of people with children who are genuinely going through hard time right now. We are not against bringing business should be brought to area. It is good for growth and development. I fully understand that, but there should be sense in choosing the location. That's all I say. And like it has been said earlier on, if there is a supermarket like this over here, it is personally going to affect me a lot, in the sense that it is going to affect my ability to access the sunlight and the noise and everything. Even though they have said that there is no difference whatsoever, okay, fine, I will take that. But I would agree to this point which Mr. Gallagher made, that the road survey was done just recently, and during that time, it was a time of lockdown. No one was going to their work. Children were not going to schools. Children at Lisneal, there are nearly 900 students at Lisneal, and there is a staff of 150 people. You have no idea about the traffic that comes out at around till 3:30 p.m. and in morning from 8 to 8:30 at Kilfannon Lake roundabout and at the back of my house. We are already having a huge amount of traffic, and the survey which was done, I won't say that it is valid, because it was done at a wrong time. It should be done when people are going to work, when children are coming to school. Then only you will get a proper valid count. So that's all I would say. I would say that it is, I would say again, use this area for a park. We badly need it on Waterside. And I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Members, I'm going to offer it out one more time. Is there any questions to the objectors? No. I'm going to move on now and invite Laura McCausland, the agent, to address the committee. You're very welcome, Laura. Are you there?
Chair, yes, you can hear me okay, yep.
You're very welcome. Laura, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee in support of the application, and thank planning officers for putting together such a detailed report. However, I believe in balance that the reasons given for refusal by the case officer need to be reconsidered on the basis that there is a local need for a greater variety of shopping, and the proposal will meet a deficiency in local shopping provision. Secondly, no alternative preferable sites are available. Thirdly, no harm will be caused to the town or protected district centre, and the great economic benefits, including immediate employment, offering full-time contracts to part-time workers, therefore complying with the SPPS, the Derry Area Plan, columns 1, 2 and 3. Objectors have raised a number of concerns: noise, traffic, air quality and residential amenity. However, all of these issues have been considered by consultees and planning officers who are both content, and it is important to note that none of the refusal reasons given have supported these objections. One objection that planning officers have raised is the visual impact of the Crescent Link elevation. As you travel in either direction along the carriageway of Crescent Link, there are no active streetscapes. Next has a similar design to this one. If requested by committee, the applicant is willing to relook at the design of this elevation, or will accept a condition that mature planting must be used to screen this elevation, which would also have the added advantage of improving the biodiversity value of the site. The applicant has shown considerable flexibility in order to meet the requirements of the SPPS 6.289 when seeking out alternative sites closer to the town centre, 51 in total. We looked at reducing the site by a third, looked at shared parking and trading over several floors, even though this is not the retail model which would normally be considered by the committed operator. Planning refers to our fundamental requirements as a wish list. This is not the case because the applicant has considered reducing the normal requirements, but there are certain fundamentals for a supermarket, which is what the proposal is for. Planning state Tesco, Iceland, Sainsbury's, Marks and Spencer's all trade in the commercial core, but they all do with the exact same fundamentals that we also require, including adequate servicing areas for the HGV vehicles and parking close by that can be accessed by customers pushing trolleys with trolley return points. The Supreme Court planning case law from other relevant development applications, Tesco versus Dundee for an Asda store, state that planning must use flexibility and realism when assessing whether an alternative site is suitable for the proposed development, not whether the proposed development can be altered so that it can be made fit into an alternative site. My clients have fully complied with the Supreme Court decision, which requires flexibility and consider the situation on the ground as it relates to the proposal, which is for a supermarket of a scale capable of carrying out a main food shop. One of the reasons given for refusal, it is not been demonstrated that there is available capacity for convenience retailing. Relevant policy in 6.290 of the SPPS in column 2 does not look at capacity, but it does require an assessment of need, which includes proposals that meet existing deficiencies in local shopping. The test is met if either a qualitative or quantitative need is demonstrated. It doesn't have to be both. The proposal meets an existing deficiency. The store's size, price point and offering will trade between Lisnagelvin, Crescent Link stores and the Spars, etc. Council previously accepted that Lidl has a unique offer with their weekly one-off promos, toolkits, kitchen appliances, etc., their bakery, their local and European product range, providing a greater customer choice. They meet a qualitative need at this waterside location. Council evidence states that all existing waterside provisions are overtrading, demonstrating a clear lack of provision, therefore confirming there is a quantitative need, and adding to capacity will not detrimentally affect existing retail facilities. The point is reinforced if we accept it is unrealistic to treat Derry as a whole market. Based on council evidence, it is clear that the retail market in Derry is segmented with 2 distinct shopping localities, and people do not evenly shop throughout the council area. Planning report states that 73% of main shopping trips made by waterside residents were in their own area, and equally 79% of cityside residents stayed in their own area to do a main food shop. This clearly shows 2 distinct sections of the market within the council area due to the separation by the river and social divide. Other decisions made by this council demonstrate that decision makers can and do apply varied weight when making judgment of these types of proposals, including appropriate weight to the economic benefits, and greater material weight should be attached to the qualitative need that has been identified. The whole point of bringing applications to council to make the final decision is that councillors understand the reality on the ground. Sometimes there are other factors that need to be taken into consideration, and planning decisions should reflect this reality. On balance, more determining weight should be attached to the proposal providing a greater choice of food shopping, improving qualitative need for a gap in shopping provision, competition and store size, to the greater economic benefits, the creation of 70 immediate construction jobs, 35 full-time staff and £138,000 in rates, with a £5 million investment without causing harm to other traders or other sectors of the council area, and therefore does comply with the SPPS and the area plan. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I hope you would approve the proposal.
you. All right, members, any questions? Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
You hear me okay there, Chair? Yeah?
Yeah, go on ahead, Joe.
All right, thank you. And thanks to the local residents who presented earlier on as well. I've every sympathy for the situation that you find yourselves in here, but I think it's important to apply some rigour to the applicant more so than yourselves. So Laura, if you could. And it's mentioned in the report, so I'm probably going to reference things more so that are in the report than what you've just said in the past 5 minutes. Can you explain to us what this? There's a couple of questions here. I'll throw them all at you at one time. You want to write them down and answer them as you find it. Can you explain this concept as outlined in the report of overtrading in relation to, again, the objectors here said there appears to be an abundance of this sort of retail and the water side. So can you explain that concept of overtrading and why it might be that we would bear that in mind when we make a decision? Also, clearly, one of the concerns here is in relation to having a view of the SPPS, which promotes town centre first. And a question I would have in relation to that is how many avenues have the applicant, Lidl in particular, obviously, explored to find an appropriate centre in the city centre or town centre or even town centre fringe. Also, again, something that was outlined in the officer report was it's contained within the written report as well, was the reference to the Ernst application, and I think it was explained that you were of a view that the Ernst application, which again is for a food superstore, you were of the view as the agent that is unlikely to proceed. Can you tell me why? Can you explain, perhaps to me and indeed the others, why it would be that you take that particular view? And I suppose the important thing to point out, and it's not a question, it's more of an observation, and that is, of course, that residents have also raised some degree of concern in relation to the fact that when they acquired the properties that they live in and own, they were given the impression that there would be housing on this particular parcel of land, and perhaps, you know, it's a fair reflection from them to ask the question now why it might be that has changed.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle, and I know there's a few questions on there, and I know you've answered our questions that our members might have, but over to you, Laura.
Councillor Boyle, I've made a list of those, but if there's anything that you want more clarification on, just ask again. So basically, based on the council evidence that's in the report, and that junior report, they are saying that there's overtrading in Lisnagelvin and Crescent Link. If you visit those sites at any time of the year, it's very clear that that is an issue. You've got the parking issues on both Crescent Link and Lisnagelvin. And the overtrade, it's not very good for the stores themselves, because you run into difficulties, as I said, one, parking, but also then the staff that work in those stores can't get the products out on shelf quick enough, but also then, you know, and people are standing queues and stuff. So it is actually harmful for business. But I think an important thing to point out is that they are doing well. Now, we submitted a retail capacity with that, which obviously we had showed our own evidence, and the council hasn't disagreed with that. But it does show that, and it has been even in appeals and that Lisnagelvin does trade very well. And where this store will fit in is, even in its size, it's going to sit in between those local provisions. And whenever there is overtrading, it is a sign of lack of provision. And that is down to the offer. And that's where this store, if approved, would introduce not only in the quality of need in terms of the store size, but it's going to actually introduce a new price point. Because yes, there may be numerous, and we've taken them all into content whenever we've been doing our report, types of retailing, but little is unique and does have a unique offer. But it's the price point that for this area that personally you as councillors, especially ones in the area, will know that that lower price point will be a huge help to the community. And again, their product range, those types of things that Little offer, and like you can go and get a toolkit, or you could get an extractor fan, or one week you might get riding boots, that type of thing you won't be able to pick up in Craig's, Cost Cutter, or Tesco, for example. But like I have to say, I'm very fond of the chicken curry and Craig's, every time I'm up, I would go on that. So each offer will that there is offers something unique, and with the best will in the world, not everybody can afford to shop in Craig's or in Tesco. And like I say, this actual proposal, there's talks about traffic and about car parking issues. It will actually help alleviate that. And on to the next points there. We looked at 51 sites in total. Whenever we, done the sequential test, or, to look for an alternative preferable site closer to the town centre, you go to the town centre and you work your way out. We didn't look at this proposal. We actually applied flexibility to the proposal. So we reduced the proposal by a third to see what could be fitted in. We also looked at sharing parking. And we also looked, obviously, if you're going to go in size, you're going to have to go up. So we looked and explored over trading over third floors. To give you an example, the likes of Austin's there, not only is it a listed building, so it would be difficult doing that, but if you can imagine, like the stores have to have fundamentally, they have to be able to get their groceries or, their deliveries dropped off. So you imagine a 40-foot lorry sitting in the diamond, and you have users going in, of customers, maybe disabled users, and this lorry is blocking that while some poor man's trying to unload the lorry off with the cages, and that takes time. And then again, trolleys, there's nowhere to put the trolleys. Half the kids could be running up and down the diamond, being pushed up and down the hill in trolleys, people leaving trolleys lying everywhere. And that's why there are certain fundamentals that you do need. But if you're going to trade over floors, going back up, as I was saying about Austin's, you introduce a travelator. And a travelator is, I'm sure you're aware of it, that the trolley will go on. It has to be at a gradient that the trolley can't fall backwards whenever you're going uphill. But also, if you're going down the next level, it can't roll into somebody's heels. And those are actually 30 metres in length. And then you need, obviously, the M&E and everything else, to fit in around that. And that's the kind of thing that we have tried to apply it, flexibility. And, if planning were saying here, look, there's another site that's available, like we've considered it, like we've done it in spades. And really the Orange site, like this council, and I have sat in committee meetings and, listened to discussions around quality of need. Yes, the Orange site is probably not likely to go ahead because of the length of time now that has passed since it was approved, and then also the amount of conditions. But when you look at the council evidence, even if the Orange site was open in the morning with bells on it and whistles, 73% of the waterside community do not go over and shop over there. So therefore, there would still be the quality of need on the waterside. And that's, as councillors, with the price point and the unique offers, that would be the point that I would raise on that. And I'm covering everything. There was just there. So that would be why it wouldn't be going ahead. And as well, in terms of provision, there is room for capacity. And the great thing about this great offer at this location is because there's a little on the water side, or the city side, sorry, and they have reinvested, and you're going to have a shiny new store on the city side. really nobody's going to come away from it from the city side, especially when the council evidence show that 79% shop on the city side, and abandon that little over there to drive across to this new little, whenever they're going to have the same offerings in terms of the bakery and all the rest over there. And that's where those district centres, there already is an existing trading pattern. So you might have someone who works on the water side, might drop in to pick up a loaf of bread or something like that, but there's not going to be the impact, and yet still there's that £5 million investment to the city, you know, in times now of the pandemic and all the rest. But I hope I covered everything. If I missed anything,
there's just one thing, and you may have covered it. I'm not, in terms of notification and those who have moved in and who had been advised that it was going to be residential. Could you provide any information on that?
Yeah, like I can't speak for Taggart's because Taggart's isn't the client, but as part of the community consultation, which is a great process that actually involves, because that's where the likes of those swing gates and stuff, you know, that was raised at the community consultation, and that's why they're on to sort of help alleviate with antisocial behaviour and that kind of thing. But yeah, like I can't speak for what Taggart's has said, but the previous plan was that there was 31 houses to go on that site. So I don't really think that that site, that whole area, was to be for a park. You know, if it was zoned for those types of housing, and originally there was 331 houses approved. And yes, I can appreciate it's within the residential development, but there's the other cross cutter, there's the hotel, it's a joint crescent link. You know, it's not really just solely residential, as much as I can take on board what the objector has said on that.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, are you satisfied all your questions have been answered?
I am indeed, Chair. Thank you. And again, thanks to Laura for answering them relatively succinctly. I know it's difficult to keep it all short and sweet sometimes. And thank you to you too, Chair, for that last question reminder to Laura as well. I think that's important that's addressed. Just one last point, and really it's just a view that I have, Chair. It's something that I think that we need to flag up as a council, and that is the lack of play provision for children in that particular area. Not for today, obviously, but it's one I think we all need to be thinking about in the future.
I know there's other waterside councillors on this committee, but I can speak as a waterside councillor who have been part of the play review, and I know that the Crescent Link featured heavily on that piece of work that council's conducting. But again, it's something that's identified, and it's something that the onus is on council to address. Alderman,
Chair, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Alderman McClantic.
Chair, just having difficulty getting my video on. Can I just say thank you, first of all, to Laura for coming along to answer all these questions today. And Councillor Boyle asked many of the things I'm sure that most of us had in our mind. I suppose one of the things, Laura, that I like about this is it's not a speculative application, that there is that Lidl are actually identified as the tenant for this application. But just in few of all the objections that have been raised from the people of a local area, I wonder if you can just give any reassurance to them, the fact that this is Lidl, as to how, you know, the good neighbour aspect of Lidl and the local community. I mean, if you could just clarify for us, and I think possibly our officer mentioned the distance from Lidl to number 1 Country Manor, which I think is the first, the nearest residents. I think she said something like 71 metres. But just in terms of sort of good neighbourliness, if you're able to sort of give any reassurance to the objectors, and just on a similar vein to the chair himself, yes, the need for a play park has been widely recognised in this area, but not obviously on that site where Lidl are hoping to have their application. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, Sir Clintock. Yeah, that's me now. Yeah. Yes, like I say, there was the likes of the swing gates, and Lidl are a very good operator. You know, they keep their sites clean, they keep their sites tidy. their waste is taken away. And so equally are the applicants, you know, with other premises that they do have within the council area as well. So I think from that sort of a nuisance point of view, that you know, antisocial behaviour and stuff won't be tolerated. One of the objectors yesterday, it wasn't this main objector that was chatting today now had raised the issue about houses devaluing, and that's why you know, I got the letter and submitted it in just to sort of alleviate that concern for people, because you know, most people in the community who don't work in planning or property, or even the likes of yourselves with the knowledge that you would have, mightn't be aware that actually this type of facility near their property would actually improve the value of it. So that's why I submitted the application with that. Again, little stores are like in Newton Ards, Lisburn, Bangor, but you know, there's their nature is, and Lisburn actually, the two right beside housing development, so it's not uncommon. And like I say, with environmental health conditions, you know, on 1 to 2 deliveries a day, you know, that's to be done between you know, in good timekeeping. You know, it's not going to be at night and stuff. So I think really, yes, I can appreciate their concerns. And I did raise and write back to their planning consultant that they had employed at the time in early December, actually, it was November, and addressed all those issues. So there was plenty of time for him to come back, you know, and rebut anything or raise anything that he felt wasn't addressed in terms of air quality and noise and all that type of thing. I think if there was anything outstanding, you know, as part of the council team, they are fantastic environmental health, and even throughout the course of the application, this particular objector did raise those issues, and further reports were carried out and submitted. Now, just to clarify, we didn't carry out any roads surveys or anything like that during COVID. RTA was carried out before the application was actually submitted, and then we had further modelling that was done on the roundabouts and stuff. So just to clarify, that wasn't surveys on my part, just in case I felt when Mr. Gallagher was chatting there that it had came across like that we had carried out them. It wasn't. It must have been an independent thing, because everything, you know, we have been going with roads and consultations, but there was certainly no surveys carried out during COVID.
Thank you, Laura. Laura, has that answered your query around the good neighbour?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I think all the other objections, I think, were dealt with by the statutory consultees. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. And as Laura, as I say, quite a lot has already been covered. My heart goes out to the objectors in this one. With regard to, yeah, I wouldn't like to buy a house and then find out then that there was a large shopping complex going behind it. But I do sort of suspect that houses were sold and purchased after the initial application was done. Can I ask, Laura, how many public consultations were actually done with regard to this? What was the uptake of these public consultations, and round about when they were done? Now, as for the road survey, whilst I do realise it's not up to the applicant, that DFI Roads Division, I would like to, well, that'd be a question for the officer, but I would like to know when these were done. That these can be misleading in themselves, and I would agree with the objectors on this one. But I was just the condition you had alluded. Sorry, Chair, you had alluded that the condition for mature planting to be done beside the nearest house, and I think that is number 1. So that condition could be. Surely that should have been put under the plans, never mind just a condition to be made. Thanks, Laura.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks, Councillor Dobbins, for the questions. Now, you might have to remind me on a few of those. Yes, I actually, as what you have to do is have one public event. So I had 2 initial drop-in centres or sessions, which were very well attended. Now, I couldn't give you the exact number right now, but I mean, compared to other community consultations where nobody turns up or there's 1 and 2, I had people coming along with their granny had sent them for a job, you know, so it was very, very well supported and very supported from both sides of the community as well. Then I had a public event, it was in September, and then I had a further drop-in session actually after the application was lodged, because that's what I undertook whenever people came to my public event, which again was courtesy to say, look, the application's in, this is the application reference number, this is the update, we got the swing gates, you know, and things like that that had been raised and addressed. So yeah, they were very, very well attended. I think well into about 50 people, and again, local councillors and everyone had attended as well. Like really the planting is actually to go along the Crescent Link boundary onto the carriageway. So you know, if you're driving down Crescent Link, there already is quite a lot of mature planting on either side, you know, because there's houses, you know, on the across the road then from that as well. So it would be, there was a part of the site down with car parking issues and headlight glare, so there was Portuguese laurel to go in at 1.5 meters, so we could put something in higher than that, but even along it next, it's the same type of planting, but no, that's something that could be conditioned. The planting wasn't to go outside this particular objector's house, although at the time the particular objector did come. She didn't come to the public event, and she did come to the drop-in session. And like I say, I delivered all the leaflets out myself, you know, so, and chatted to people on their doorsteps about this, you know, so the community engagement was very, very good. And like I say, this is not a new objector, and I did say, look, if we could put any planting or anything in that would, that, you know, the applicant and Little were very, very keen to facilitate that if that was something that was required. Is that all, Councillor Dobbins, or is there anything else?
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, that I just like to see, as Hilary put it, you know, a community spirit.
Right,
know that it is, that if it's going to be accepted today, that it's there and that you are working with the people, especially that one that is closest to it as number 1. You know, that a condition may be able to be put on, you know what I mean? But yeah, thanks, Laura. Thanks for that.
Okay, thanks, Laura, and thanks, Angela, for that. There's a few indicated speakers, but just the as a point of clarity, I know that one of the objectors has indicated that they have a question they ask Laura. Unfortunately, our protocol doesn't allow that. At this stage, it's only members of the committee that are allowed, permitted to ask questions of the officer or of the agent. So, the next member indicated was Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks everyone for the presentations. Just a quick question for Laura. It's me being a lay person, but I know you used language and I was price point, and you seem to be not wanting to say it such, but I'll put the direct question to you. Is Lidl's like unique selling point, I say, compared to others like Marks and Spencer's or whatever, is it affordability? And I think your reluctance might be around maybe not wanting to say that language because it mightn't be a selling point. But if we're talking about, you know, other conveniences that are about, but it mightn't be accessible to a lot of the community in the water side. So I would probably rather hear from you, you know, in the terms of this is a selling point, and there's a lot of community in the water side that mightn't have access to a lot of those convenience stores around affordability. But is that Lidl's unique selling point?
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for your question. Yes, they would be known as a discount operator. You know, that there is quite a bit of saving. I do use it myself, you know. So like in terms, you know, you're getting eggs for 88p, you know, you're paying maybe £1 something for a 6-pack in other stores. I don't want to comment on those, but I have to say, even in terms of how they treat their staff, you know, they have a thing, it's called the real living wage, and they actually pay their staff more than minimum wage and more than a better wage. And also then they have a no wage tier as well, and they do offer full-time contracts to part-time workers to ensure security. So from that point of view of an employer of little, to have that better offer. But yes, use know the council area, use know the DEAs and the communities that you represent, and what your constituents' budgets and things would be. And that's where, yes, I don't want to say, you know, there's people in maybe don't have when they're living off this a week or a month, and that's where this would be a real asset to this community. But also, it is going to be in terms of the store size. You know, and like I say, it's you've got your high-end Marks and Spencers and stuff, and then obviously your Tesco there. But again, Cost Cutter and Eurosport would be higher than Little, so this will trade in the middle. And as well, then there is that unique point that you can't, you know, you won't be able to go and get the likes of Little's bread in the bakery at 33p in the likes of a Cost Cutter that could be £1, you know, and it's fresh, and there is that sort of bakery element, so there's a lot more to it. But yes, it would be a discount operator, and that's with whenever the one was moving, you know, on the One Cranna Road in the last application during the summer there, that's where the council accepted that Little have a unique offer. So that would, I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, are you content, Councillor Gallagher? I'm going to take that as yes. Councillor McKinney?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. I don't actually have a question for Laura, but I would just like to clarify something, please, if I may. The objectors brought up an article which I've referred to, and can I just say that the article is actually being addressed by promises of the owners of Crescent Link, and I believe it would be unfair to penalise Lidl's because of bad infrastructure and another development. And that's all I really would like to say, Chair. Thank you for that option.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Harkin?
Thanks, Chair. I just think that's taking a wee bit of time there. Yeah, look, this was a very extensive presentation we've had. I think on timing it, was probably the longest one we've ever had here at the Planning Committee, to my memory anyway. I want to thank the people who've come, the local residents who've turned up to kind of give their opinion on this. And obviously this is very contentious, and I appreciate that Laura has outlined some of Lidl's, you know, the treatment, their payment of the real living wage. And to be honest, that's good, but that's what I would expect of every employer, to be quite honest. And we do need discount stores. I mean, you know, I think all of us here have a great understanding of the challenges a lot of residents now have, especially in the middle of this pandemic, with paying for basic things. So we need more access for people. We need products that people can afford, and we need workers to be treated fairly. So you know, I think that's all good to hear. I do think that a lot of the objections have merit. I mean, I think everybody here who shops out at the Crescent Link will know how overwhelmed it is most of the time. All the parking issues, all the traffic issues, even safety issues around the roundabout. And I think that, you know, I understand when people hear that there's plans to fix things, people don't believe it, because often what is promised isn't delivered. So, I mean, I would share the objectors' concerns about this is a massive big development in a residential area, or on the edge of a residential area, that will transform what residents have to deal with. So I very much sympathise with their concerns, and you know, that's kind of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, it wasn't exactly a question to the agent. Councillor Mellon, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
It was just for Laura a question. I know she brought up, and Councillor Harkin brought up as well, around the staff wellbeing. I just wanted to see, and I know each application comes in their own merit, but given it's the same applicant from the other site, where we've seen staff wellbeing facilities, proper staff rooms, places for staff to actually ensure there's an actual break on site. I just can't see it within the report, so maybe if we talked a wee bit about the staff wellbeing premises within the site, is there any, and if so, what are they?
Thank you, Councillor Mellon, for your question. Yes, on the floor plans, there are showers and things and restrooms for staff. And like I say, if I was working as a part-time worker and I was getting a full-time contract, that would really help secure me with my family, you know, in terms of a job. So that's where their well-being and the fact that they pay their staff that living wage, their staff are very much looked after. So from that point of view, yes, I hope that answers your question. There would be sufficient staff facilities like the other one for their staff.
Thanks, Laura. Aileen, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Laura.
Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Laura. Laura, my question just was just a sort of follow-on from Councillor Mellon's and other questions by councillors. I think you might have said there was 35 full-time jobs going to hopefully be coming off the project if it is accepted. Is there any, have you any numbers for part-time jobs, and would there be any expectation that the job levels might increase, or the numbers might increase in job levels over time? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney, for your question. Yes, so if the approval was to go ahead, there would be 70 immediate construction jobs for local people for a start, and then there would be 25 full-time employees with 10 part-time. But that's where, as I said, the part-time do get the full-time contract, and I suppose then that would be down to how the store trades and all the rest of it. You know, I couldn't answer whether there would be growth with staff numbers, but I think at this time, especially everything that's going on, it will bring the £5 million investment, which will be great for you going forward on your city deal, as well, you know, to demonstrate how well the city is doing despite the pandemic.
Thanks. Councillor Mooney, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, Chair. Thank you.
Members, is there any further questions? No, thank you. I think there was a fair amount there, to be fair, Laura. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to answer any queries that members had.
Thank you, Councillor Jack. I'm
going to move on now to questions to officer. Members, is there any questions that you haven't had answered yet? Councillor Boyle.
You hear me okay there, Chair?
Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Chair. I'll tell you the reason I keep asking is because my Wi-Fi is going on and like good all afternoon. So I'm sure you'll let me know if I drop out. Can you hear me okay still?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Andre, just a couple of points in relation to that. Thanks for start. I mean, a very, very complicated report to put together, but very, very comprehensive. I have to be honest with you, I had to read it quite a few times. There was so much detail in it, but of course that's a good thing. I think we'd all agree. Andre, the only thing that I didn't see was any indication, and again, when you go into the portal, in relation to supporters and objectors. And you have to go into the portal just to see the names of supporters and objectors. That level of detail isn't in the report, and that's fair enough. I agree, it shouldn't be, because you could have a very long list of people's names for a start. But it's never evident to me, who an individual might be, or whether they represent an organisation or they represent a business. And my question is in relation to that: what level of objection, given that the SPPS does reference town centre first as being a priority, what level of objection came from the city centre and traders in the city centre, or representative organisations who represent retail in the city centre? Were there any? I can't see any, but it may well be that they're in there as individuals and they're only named as individuals. Because I've seen this in the past where obviously there have been out of centre developments proposed, and there's usually been a significant level of objection to it. So I'd like to, if I can I find out the answer to that. And just in relation to neighbour notification, if it could be explained again, I do appreciate how it works, but perhaps that's not evident to all who are on this call or watching this particular committee. So can we again outline how neighbour notification actually operates?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Boyle. I can confirm that there was no objections received from any traders within the city centre. That answers that question. With regards to neighbour notification, we carried out the correct procedures for the neighbour notification. It's only neighbouring properties that abound the application, the red line of the application site, that are due to be neighbour notified. The application site was advertised, and that goes to obviously a wider audience, but it's only those properties, occupied properties, that abound the red line of the application site that are due to be neighbour notified. And we double checked that everybody that was due to be neighbour notified was.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Can I just supplementary to that, Chair? I probably should have asked it in the first instance. Were there any objections from district centres or local centres?
No.
Thanks, Andre. Dobbins?
Thank you, Chair. Andre, and I just would like to ask you a question as the officer then. Surely if every hour positioning or sighting of the store has been ruled out, why is it still weight, towards yourself as a reason for refusal?
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. I think from the officer's point of view, retailing should be directed towards a town centre first approach, and then a sequential test applied. The applicant did put on a detailed document with regards to the alternative sites that were looked at. There was a lot of sites within the city centre around the quay and things like that. What we were concerned about was that not all sites had been completely exhausted. There wasn't an identification of absolutely every. We don't expect every site in Derry to be looked at, but there was no sites identified on Spencer Road, Duke Street. So you still have a commercial core area there, and yet there was no assessment. But what I did say in the report was that it was clear there was specific site requirements that the operator is looking for, and we understand the difficulties with regards to being able to provide for that within a town centre or a district centre area.
Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So therefore, Andre, this is the only suitable site for that particular application, and it can't be put anywhere else.
On the sites that have been identified by the agent, they have put forward their arguments as to why they can't develop that particular little site as they want to construct with surface level car parking, etc. within the town centre or specific sites within the town centre boundary.
Andre, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Andre. Any further questions to Officer? Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, we've heard from residents and we've seen quite a number of objections. And then within the report, there's a lot of the constant responses and environmental health and roads, residential amenities. And in your opinion, Andre, has a lot of the objections been at least given some sort of what's the word I'm looking for, like assurances? And I know there's been some stuff around mitigation and all the rest, and there's, if this was to go ahead, there's possible other things that can be added. But for you and looking over it, is there any outstanding?
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. During the processing of the application, the objections that we did receive that we had prior to submit the report to committee members, DFI Roads and Environmental Health did see those objections and were consulted specifically. Amended plans and additional information was requested by officers and the consultees in order to address some of the concerns that were being raised, and to get some more information in relation to the points and some of the objections. So I'm satisfied that we don't have any refusal reasons based on residential amenity, but it would be subject to conditions as put forward by ourselves and the consultees.
Thanks, Andre. Paul, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Anything further for Andre? No. Members, we've discussed this at length. I think Councillor Harkin is right. It's quite possibly the longest application that this committee has considered. If there's no further questions, members, I'm going to bring Alderman McClintock in, who wishes to make a proposal. Alderman McClintock.
Chair, I think yes, we have given this a lot of attention as it's due, because it is a major application, and I'm certainly content that we have listened and taken on board the views of the objectors and listened intently to the agent and to the officer. As I see it, the refusal reasons, there's the one about visual amenity, but Lidl is Lidl. We all know what Lidl looks like, and to me the visual amenity onto the Crescent Link Road is going to be a glazed facade, and I think that the visual amenity can certainly be improved by mature planting, and I think that certainly can be easily overcome. As regards the other refusal reasons, forgive me for all the bits of paper, as you obviously don't want to go from one screen to another here. I mean, I don't agree that this would not strengthen and consolidate the commercial core of the city. I think it does strengthen the offering. It strengthens the offering for the water side. There is a lack of, although there are a number of stores within, as I think the objector said, a 1 mile radius, one thing that is lacking is the Lidl type of store, where there is a very distinct offering. And yes, I am a fan of Lidl. It wouldn't be my run to convenience store, but I do like Lidl and go out of town to go to Lidl. So I do think this strengthens the offering for the water side and therefore the city as a whole. And although we look at town centre first, there are obviously the policy of Lidl is to have a dual store strategy. And I think this is very clearly a store and offering in the water side, to me, is certainly a very acceptable offering. and on this particular site. Just regarding the other refusal reasons, and as you'll understand, I'm going to propose that we overturn the officer recommendation. The other recommendations, or the other refusal reasons, I think Lidl does operate very well beside other stores. We've seen that on the Buncrana Road. You know, we've got Northside beside it, we've got other stores near it, and Lidl does operate in conjunction without taking away unduly any trade from. It's a very different offering. So as a refusal reason, I don't think that I could stand over that. And I think there is certainly a deficiency of provision in the Waterside for this type of store, a budget store, but yet that has good quality. And obviously the Centre Island Lidl is famous. Regarding the other the fishing community I've dealt with, the other refusal reasons, I think the fact that Laura referred to, I think it was 51 other sites that they've looked at. I think they have exhausted that. And let's be honest, Lidl cannot have a store in the middle of Ferky Street or Duke Street or wherever it might be. They do have a distinct offering, and they do need car parking facilities around it. So, Chair, I'm proposing that we overturn the officer's recommendation and that we approve this application. It would be a major, major asset for the Waterside and for the city as a whole, bringing massive economic benefits. I mean, a £5 million investment, the jobs investment, even the rates that will be generated from this. I think it's an absolutely positive story for the city and district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Is there any further comments, members? I see that Alderman Kerrigan has seconded that proposal. Members, is there any further comments before we put that proposal to a vote?
Chair, could I come in briefly?
Go on ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Well, Chair, clearly one of the objectors here today has referenced some of the difficulties that the location of the store might present for her and her family and neighbours nearby. And in the event that should this committee overturn the officer recommendation, are there any other mitigations that we may well be able to put in place that might in some way mitigate some of those particular challenges for the residents who live closest to the proposed store? I'm speaking obviously a little bit in advance of a vote here, Chair, but in the event that this is overturned, I would like to see us reach a position where everybody could live harmoniously together, and that little, call them what you want, could be a good neighbour. Maybe officers might have a thought on that. That's really where I'm coming from.
Okay, just before I bring officers, I give Andre a chance to come back in. I'm going to bring Councillor Dobbins on as well, because I know Councillor Dobbins had alluded to a similar type proposal. Councillor Dobbins?
Yes, I did, Chair, and thank you for remembering about it. Yeah, I had asked that at that time that if we were in a mind to accept the proposal of going ahead with this, and I do say that there seems to be that they have looked everywhere, and all our councillors is right. It can't be in Fergus Street, it can't be in Duke Street. So it seems to be the only positioning for Lidl store. But I do think that maybe screening or something, there should be a condition on that the high screening for that house, and I think it is number one, you know, that it be protected because it does deserve that. So I would like, you know, that maybe that type of a condition be put on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Sandra. Andre, do you want to comment on that specific condition?
I suppose through the chair, it would be for members to decide if they wanted any additional conditions on. Obviously, we would have the standard conditions and the conditions specific to the application and the mitigation that is proposed by officers and the consultees. And having assessed the application, it would be up to members then if they want to impose, you know, a negative condition about landscaping or screening or drawings to be submitted to be considered by officers prior to commencement of development.
I'm just, and I'm sort of going, I'm trying to judge the conversation that's been had to date, and a lot of the concern was in relation to the closest property, number one, and that's, so if there was some landscaping that we considered that would be acceptable as a negative condition, and I'm being particularly mindful of that property that was identified.
Agree with you there, Chair, and if the proposer, Hillary, could maybe just add that on, that type of condition be put on, I would appreciate it.
I'm happy to come in and suggest that. I think number one, Oak Country Manor is the one that we're particularly concerned about, and if I think it could be down to the planner and to the agent to negotiate a suitable form of screening to lessen the impact there. Thank you.
Chair, I wonder could I come in there, because I think we need to look at that obviously as officers. There could be other properties that also may be affected, so it wouldn't be just maybe the single one, so we would consider that when we look at the plans again in detail on the basis of that.
Okay.
I wonder, Chair, could I just say one thing before members take any vote on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, just to let members know that if the committee decide to potentially overturn this recommendation, given the location and the nature of the plan, as it's contrary to the plan, and it's a major development, it might have implications for the LDP, the current plan. I would be recommending that we need to notify DFI of any such decision and the normal notification procedures, just to let members know that in advance. Thank you.
Okay. Members, we have a proposal from Alderman Kerrigan, seconded by Alderman McClintock, seconded by Alderman Kerrigan, and to approve the application. Members, is there anybody that doesn't agree with the proposal? Or can I say that it's unanimous? Okay, members, that proposal has been unanimous. It's unanimously supported, so that proposal has passed. And as Maura has, is there anybody apart from Councillor Harkin Councillor Harkin has indicated in the chat box that he's abstaining. Is everybody else in support of the proposal? Yes. So that application has been approved, subject to the conditions that has been suggested, and as Maura has indicated, that like we've done before, we would notify DFI that we've of the decision that this committee has came to, like we've done before. Members, it's now 5:30, and we went way beyond the 2-hour mark. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute comfort break, and we're going to come back at 20 to 6. And at this point, members, I'm going to highlight the fact that we will be resuming this meeting tomorrow. But I'll see you all back in at 20 to 6. Thanks, members.
That's grand, Chair. Thanks.
Members, we're going to start back in 1 minute.
Chair, will I go ahead and upload the presentation here, the next one?
Go ahead. Okay, members, our next application is LA11 2020-0523. It's an outline application for a dwelling and domestic garage at Knock Road, Douglas Bridge, and it's Laura that's going to take us through it. You're very welcome back, Laura. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Go on ahead.
Okay, good evening, members. So this application, LA11 2020-0523, is an application for a 1 story and 3/4 dwelling, farm dwelling and domestic garage, and it's located 160 metres southeast of 15 Knock Road. The recommendation is to refuse. So as you can see from the site location plan, the site is a roadside portion of a larger agricultural field located on the western side of Knock Road. Most of the northern portion of the site is slightly lower than the road level, with the remainder being slightly higher. The northern side boundary is defined by a hedgerow and a line of intermittent trees, and the roadside boundary is defined by a post and wire fence and grass verge. The remainder of the site boundaries are undefined. So this slide just details the relevant planning policy, which includes the Strabane area plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 3 and PPS 2. So firstly, this proposal is required to meet the requirements of policy CTY 10. In accordance with this policy, it has been demonstrated that the farm business is active and established, and that no development opportunities have been sold off from the holding in the last 10 years. So therefore, the proposal complies with parts A and B of policy CTY 10. So under part C of policy CTY 10, the new building must be visually linked or sited to cluster with a group of buildings on the farm, and where practical, access should be taken from an existing laneway. So the applicant claims that the proposed dwelling is sited to cluster with an outlying farm, which can be seen north of the application site, and it is identified as number 15 Knock Road. It's considered that this site does not visually link with this dwelling and buildings, given the separation distance of 160 metres and the intervening topography. Also identified on this map, just south there where the purple dot is the main farm holding, which is approximately 900 metres south of the site. So this photo is taken from the south, looking towards number 15 Knock Road, and it demonstrates that there's no visual connection between the site and the outlying buildings due to the intervening topography. This photo is taken from Knock Road past number 15 towards the application site. So in further consideration of policy CTY 10, Part C also allows for exceptional cases where an alternative site can be permitted, provided there are no other sites available on the farm where there are demonstrable health and safety reasons or verifiable reasons to expand the farm business, but no information has been provided in this respect. Therefore, it is concluded that this proposal does not comply with Part C of policy CTY 10, and that the site does not cluster or visually link with a group of buildings on the farm, and no other evidence has been provided to demonstrate this alternative location is necessary. Moving on, policy CTY 10 also requires that the proposal complies with all our policies in PPS 21, including CTY 13 and CTY 14. So policy CTY 13 aims to ensure that a new building in the countryside will not appear prominent in the landscape and will blend with the surrounding area. As detailed previously, this is an open site, a roadside site which lacks long established boundaries. It's considered that it wouldn't be able to satisfactorily integrate a dwelling or the access or provide a suitable degree of enclosure. So therefore the proposal would be contrary to policy CTY 13. In terms of CTY 14, this states the plan permission will be granted for a building in the countryside where it does not cause a detrimental change or further erode the rural character of an area. It is considered that a dwelling on this site would appear prominent in the rural landscape given the open nature of the roadside site. It does not benefit from any farm grouping to cluster or visually link with, and that therefore the dwelling on the site would have a detrimental impact in the rural character of this area, being contrary to policy CTY 14. So for all our considerations in terms of planning policy include PPS 2, which deals with natural heritage. NEA and SAF have both considered this proposal. SAS were consulted due to the proximity of a watercourse along the northwestern boundary, which has a potential hydrological link to the river Foyle and tributaries. SAS have carried out a stage 2 assessment and are content subject to a condition regarding a 10-metre buffer. NEA have requested that prior to the commencement of development, a SEMP and an otter survey are provided, which could be conditioned. So therefore, there's no concerns in terms of natural heritage. In terms of amenity, because the site is located adjacent an unconnected farm group, Environmental Health have requested that there's 75-metre separation distance from these buildings. Given the extent of the site, a siting condition could ensure that will be met. And then in terms of site access and parking, DFI Roads had requested amended plans and are now content with the proposal and have provided conditions as well. So just to summarise, the proposed site does not cluster with a group of buildings on the farm and is not visually linked with any. Therefore, it is contrary to Part C of Policy CTY 10. It would clearly appear detached from the farm grouping, and given the lack of natural and defined site boundaries, the proposed development would not integrate in the site, would introduce a suburban form of development and appear as a prominent feature in the rural landscape, being contrary to Policy CTY 13 and 14. Therefore, a refusal is recommended for the reasons set out in the report.
Thanks, Laura. Can I invite David McKinley to present the committee?
Thank you, Christopher. Yes.
You're very welcome, David, and thanks for your patience.
You're okay. I apologize in advance of the headphones. It seems the best way to talk because there's reverberations in the office here. Basically, first of all, I'd like to thank the committee and the chair for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant. The application is refused in 4 points. Policy CTY 10. The site is not cited to cluster or visually link with an established group of buildings on the farm. We reviewed Mr. Key's farm holding. This application does link with an outlined farmhouse and small yard. It does have the minimum of 2 to 3 small buildings required to establish a small farm holding cited within the curtilage of the dwelling known as number 15 Knock Road. Number 15 Knock Road is in the ownership of the applicant's father. Referring to figure 1, which was the first photograph, I think, it shows the site, but the photograph is badly taken in the sense that you can't see the whole of the road. If you'd have moved another 10 or 15 meters up the road and took a photograph, you'd have clearly seen number 15 in the distance. It depends where you stand to take the photograph in this one. But to go back, I'll continue on. So the dwelling directly behind 1-3. Now, basically, you can see the dwelling in that. It is behind 1 or 2 small trees. depending on which way you behind 1-3, depending on which way you drive on the Knock Road from north to south, you will read the dwelling number 15 with the site. The second photograph shows, yes, it's taken from the corner of the garden of number 15, but you can clearly see where the planner has actually indicated where the site is. Now, you can visually link the two together when you're standing at that point, and I disagree completely with that. CTY 10 gives you an opportunity to cluster with an outlying farm if none can be accommodated at the principal farmyard. I'm a little bit perturbed that they said there was no conversation with them in regards to the existing. I had emailed the planner in charge at that stage details of why we couldn't cluster with the farmyard. They're not up on the system, but basically the principal farmyard and dwelling is located as rightly as Laura says on the Knocknillen Road, about 900 metres away. We have indicated by email at the planning department why a dwelling could not be clustered with a farm. It's very open. There's no hedgerows. It's up a private lane, which we sort of need a new lane to access it for mortgage purposes. It's actually got skyline behind it, and it's a shame that the photographs weren't put up for that. But we discussed at length that verbally that yes, you could see why there was no opportunity there. Well, I understood that to be the case, but it is. It's back about 200 metres from the main road. It's on the busiest part of the road, and you would clearly see. I suppose if a building was put in there in front of the original principal farm dwelling, it would be conspicuous. You would actually read it much clearer, and thus putting us back to the opportunity that where we have cited it, we believe visually linked a site to an outlying farm. So basically, the farm is accessed via lots rate, no hedgerows or trees to screen. This is on the Knocknillen Road. A site around the principal farmyard would need to be at least 75 metres away to satisfy HD. This would leave the dwelling, whether single or two-storey, conspicuous from the Knocknillen Road. This is the home farm. Furthermore, new entrance would need to be aligned with the existing, which opens up the whole frontage of the site and leaves a rubbled entrance, something planning service aren't usually keen on. The site we have picked does visually link with the farm grouping. It also links with number 16 Knock Road, although it's not. It's a neighbouring farm, and we're not allowed to group with a neighbouring farm. I disagree with the planner's assessment. This application is not sensitively positioned. It is the best site available on Mr. Key's farm. By the way, CTY 10, PPS 21, CTY 10, 5.41, reading from the sort of the points below it. If, however, the existing building group is well landscaped, or where a site adjacent to the building group is well landscaped, planning permission can be granted for a new dwelling, even though the degree of visual linkage between the two is either very limited or virtually non-existent due to the amount of screening vegetation. Now that's read out of 5.41 CTY 10. On a point of visual linkage, and there's no levels of visual linkage for a site to read with another group of buildings, i.e. 100 or 1%. This site does read with number 15. I think the first photograph, if we had moved up the principal road another 5, 10, 15 metres, you would clearly see the two of them together. Yes, okay, so CTY 3. We have included in our application a relatively large red line site, and it's granted it is relatively large. This is to allow the application to either link with number 16 or number 15. I agree with planning service that the tree line abutting the road on the northern boundary is slightly more transparent and further into the field. We have the opportunity to move the house further to the west along the northern boundary, giving us a more denser boundary. The site has a slight elevated bump in the middle. You can see that on the photographs. Our intention is to reduce that down to level the site off, level with the road or slightly lower. So we're helping the degree of integration in that coming down into the field as opposed to sitting elevated.
Excuse me, so yes. David, your 5-minute speaking allocation is up.
Oh gosh, right, okay. That's it.
I can give you a short amount of time to come up and bring your remarks to a close.
Okay, I suppose possibly we don't usually do it on outline, but there's an opportunity to densely plant the side of the public road, which would give us 2 integration boundaries, and that would also tend to protect the amenity to the rear of the house, which would give them an opportunity. Well, it's an opportunity to screen the house in. This is really, to summarise, CTY 14 similar to 13 in all respects. To summarise this application, this is for a daughter who helps out on the farm, sort of the work on farm with her dad. It's not for resale. I think we've met. I believe I've met the policies of the relevant policies in regards to CTY 10, 13 and 14. And that's basically it. I'll not go on anymore. That'll do, Christopher. Thank you for extending the length of time.
Thanks, Mr. McKinley. Any questions, members? Any questions for David? No.
I shall mute then.
Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you. David, I know you were a wee bit rushed there. I was just wondering, in relation to CTY 14, sorry, I just went on there and trying to flick between screens. Is there anything else you wish to state in relation to that it's the CTY 14 sustainable development of the countryside, but maybe you have mentioned that in relation to the daughter. I see that it's for his daughter there.
Absolutely, yes.
On the farm there, his sister, father there.
That's exactly right. It's further away. I suppose the site's picked where it is because it's got the only it's very mountainous ground. It's the only bit of site or green area that we have with a treed boundary. To grant us only to one boundary. Absolutely right. Yeah.
That's grand.
Okay. Thanks for that, David. Keith. Is there any further questions, members? No. Thank you, Mr. McKinley. Any questions to the officer? No. There's nothing. There's nothing you need Laura to clarify. If there's no questions, members, there's a recommendation included in the report. Are members satisfied with it?
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Alderman Breslin.
Can I propose that we don't accept the officer's report, that we pass it?
Yeah, you sure can. Alderman Breslin, have you got a planning reason?
Well, I think the agent had spelt them out there.
Okay.
Chair.
Alderman Kerrigan, yeah.
I would be minded to agree with Alderman Breslin there. I would be minded that I do see the officers' reasons there, but I would be minded that, as has been stated there, in relation to CTY 10, we've had a similar circumstance there, and I would be minded that it is linked. You know, I know it's maybe, to be fair, for someone not just looking at it basically, I'd say it's probably more linked to the other farmyard, which is not connected to the farm. But I would be minded that there is a link to the property there at 15 Knock Road. That is 15 Knock Road. The yard that they are saying there's a link to, and as I say, I know that area. I know the ground in which I know that cottage granda, or that was, you know, and in relation to that there, and there would be a large farm of land there, but a lot of it would be rough, heavy ground, and I would be minded there's not many suitable sites on it. So in relation to the CTY 10, I would be minded that, yes, Chair, I would be stating that I would argue the case that it does visually link with the farmyard. And just trying to see the other reasons here, Chair, in this that I had noted down here. I do understand that it's the topography of the ground as well. You're coming into a lot of wooden bushes and heather up on there and that part of the ground, and there's maybe not a lot of mature bushes and hedges into that. You're coming up into a large mountain up on there, on up behind that, Chair, and I'd be minded if we were able to. There is a hedging to the northern side of it. But and again, it has been selected as a larger site, as the agent has stated. But I would be minded that we could put conditions on it in relation to planting additional bushes there to try to shield that on the southern side, as far as I would see. And the third one is the dwelling on the site unduly prominent. I don't feel, given that site and given the hollow that's in there and the location where it is, and the lie of the land there, I would be of the opinion that it won't be unduly prominent in the landscape. So, Chair, I think that's my kind of wee bit more meat in the bones, possibly, not much, but a wee bit. So I would be minded the second on Alderman Breslin's proposal, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. And thanks, Alderman Breslin. Councillor Maguire?
Yeah, Chair, I was just going to support it as well. I do believe that, it's a subjective, this integration. And I do, if you're coming along the Knock Road, you can integrate it with the farm dwelling. I do agree. If it had been the other one, yeah, it would have been better. But that's the way it is. 5.41, as the agent has quite rightly states, does give us that level of comfort. Also, the integration, there is a strong hedgerow along the front, and if officers deemed it necessary, then we could allow for a condition for a bit of hedging that would allow them the two sides bounded by a strong hedge for some planting. Prominent, CDY 14, the prominence, I think that has been covered by the agent and Councillor Kerrigan, but it is below the road, so it's not going to be up high in a skyline. And if you do look at some of the photographs on both sides of it, to the left, the one coming along the Knock Road to the left and both to the right, there's mountains up behind both of them, so I'd be happy to support it, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maguire. Before I go to a vote, I'm going to invite Laura to come in to see if she can provide some clarity on the conditions.
Thank you, Chair. So members, just to confirm, we could condition landscaping along the site boundaries. All our conditions, just that I probably suggested there through the presentation, was a siting condition, so that the proposed dwelling would be 75 metres from the unconnected farm buildings. Then there's the standard roads conditions, and then all our conditions that were suggested by NIA and SAS included the provision of a SEMP and an otter survey prior to the commencement of development, and the inclusion of a 10-metre buffer from the watercourse, which runs along the boundary of the site. But those are pretty standard enough as well. If you were happy enough, we could include them.
Alderman Breslin, as a proposer, are you content with those?
No problem.
Yeah. Members, is there any further questions or comments to Laura? No. I'm going to ask members, is there anybody, we've got a proposal from Alderman Breslin, seconded by Alderman Kerrigan. Is there anybody in disagreement with the proposal? I'm going to take that as unanimous, members, so that application has been approved. Members, we've reached 6 o'clock. It's the 4-hour mark. There's no remaining speakers who in respect to the remaining applications, and so it's inevitable that we'll be returning tomorrow to finish today's meeting. So I'm going to suggest that we call it at a halt now, and we reconvene tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Okay, that's no problem.
So members, and officers, I'll see you all tomorrow.
That's grand, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, see you later. Take care.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.